Good morning, everybody. Morning. Oh, all right. Got a cool stream today. AI 2027 was released yesterday. And it's a forecast, a detailed forecast on the potential impacts of AI, dispersing into the world, I guess. They essentially just trying to predict what will happen with AI, whether it be good or bad. And they have some data to back it up. They use real forecasting techniques. They got experts in. So it's a good, solid look at a potential path that we could go down, or a few potential paths we could go down. They have really cool data viz and put a lot of work into this. There is a podcast episode released by Dorkesh Patel, which I actually discovered it on, but I haven't really watched this. I watched like 10 minutes because I kind of want to come into this fresh, but this is where I discovered it on, and I think it'll be a good grounding report for AI. I guess like I am someone who supports AI, but I think a lot of the timelines that have been presented are way too aggressive, and I think everyone who's incentivized to push AI is really all we're hearing from about the future. And a lot of times, I've covered this in the past, made some shorts about it, but when, like Sam Altman or Anthropic CEO, when they say these crazy things, but they don't really give any detail about how we actually get there, it makes it hard for people to believe them and like envision in their head the steps that it could take, to get to, AGI or super intelligence or whatever it may be. And so I think just having something, even if it's not necessarily true, it could give people a better, understanding of how we could potentially get to an AGI or a super intelligence. So, as someone who is more logical, takes in the facts and data to kind of make decisions or understand things, this is like a cool thing that hopefully will give potential, like someone like me who's maybe doesn't think that this is true or like this timeline is true, some more hope. I guess, I don't know, but I also just think sharing my biases going into this helps. Okay, actually, I'm gonna go here. There's some stuff I want everyone to be able to see. Cool. Okay. All right. You see the dates on the left. So I'm covering this. Let me make this here. Actually, I'm just gonna go here because I can't move that. All right. Sweet. Nope. I don't know. When we're reading like this, I won't cover it. Okay, let's just talk about just to give some background, and I want to make sure that authors are properly attributed. If you're on YouTube, it should be in the description. I tagged them on Twitter. If you're on Twitch, I'll link it. I'll just throw in the chat here. Okay, so AI 2027 Scenario is the first major release from AI Futures Project. We're a new nonprofit forecasting the future of AI, who created this website in collaboration with Litecoin Infrastructure. Litecoin is the name of the Y Combinator podcast. That's why I was like, I swear I've heard of this Litecoin before, but it seems like they're not related. So our team. So it's Daniel. I'm just gonna butcher the names. I'm so bad at names. That was one thing about like streaming a lot more. It's like names I have not gotten better at pronouncing. Daniel Kokotajlo, executive director. He oversees our research and policy recommendations. He previously worked at as a governance researcher at OpenAI on scenario planning. So I think that's also something a bit different. Is like all these guys have their expertise in something that helps contribute to making this kind of potentially more accurate. When he left OpenAI, he called for better transparency of top AI companies. In 2021, he wrote what 2026 looks like, an AI scenario forecast for 2022 to 2026 that held up well. And he also made this other timeline. I briefly skimmed this, but this is essentially a continuation of this, but because this is kind of up until modern day, I figured we could just start with this one. We might look at the 2026 one a different time, but then we got Eli Lifland, researcher. Eli works on scenario forecasting, specializes in forecasting AI capabilities. He also co-founded and advises Sage. Oh yeah, wait. That Sage is like an accounting firm, which builds interactive AI explainers. He previously worked on Elicit. What's up, Ian Meln? An AI-powered research assistant and co-created Text Attack, a Python framework for adversarial example in text. He ranks first on RAND Forecasting Initiative, all-time leaderboard. Interesting. Then we got Thomas Larsen, who's a researcher. Thomas works for scenario forecasting and focuses on understanding the goals and real-world impacts of AI agents. Previously founded the Center for AI Policy, an AI safety advocacy organization, and worked on AI safety research at the Machine Intelligence Research Institute. Hey, what's up, Ian Milne? I'm just getting started with the looking at the report. Then we got Romeo Dean, researcher. Romeo specializes in forecasting, AI chip production, and usage. He's completing a computer science mastery at Harvard University, focused on hardware and machine learning. Previously as an AI policy fellow at the Institute for AI Policy and Strategy. There's a lot of AI policy and strategy centers. All right, we got Jonas Vollmer, who's the COO. Jonas focuses on our communications and operations separately. He helps manage Macroscopic Ventures, an AI venture fund and philanthropic foundation. He previously co-founded the Atlas Fellowship, global talent program, and Center on Long-Term Risk, an AI safety research nonprofit. Cool. So we got a bunch of policy experts, a bunch of people with technical knowledge, an insider at OpenAI who worked on scenario planning. And we got forecasting experts. So let's start. I guess just to start, this little viz over here is so cool. So we got a few AI capabilities. We have best public model, open brain, which is kind of their prediction of, like, the top open AI company, i.e. OpenAI. And then the best public models in Chinese lab. Yeah, because I think we could see here politics. I think politics is actually going to be a big part of this, especially considering we're kind of in an arms race, so to speak, with AI with China. So this says, this graph shows how much AI systems are speeding up the process of AI research compared to a baseline of human researchers. We also highlight milestones in general capabilities as AI systems achieve them. We got hacking ability. Hacking ability of the current top performing AI. A score of 0.08 indicates that the top performing AI is the range of an amateur. And we can see that all of these are kind of benchmarked from amateur, human pro, superhuman to superhuman plus. But hacking, coding, politics, bioweapons, robotics, and forecasting. And then we kind of have compute. We got a compute donut chart. I love donut charts. Fuck pie charts. This is a we live in an anti-pie chart household. So it says how much compute seems like each kind of party has available per month. Because I think compute is probably one of the largest bottlenecks right now. Maybe along with data, potentially. Okay, so we got approval of open brain. And what fraction of the US population considers AI their answer to the question of what do you think the most important problem facing the country today? And then we got some capabilities, and it kind of moves along. I feel like they used to have, when I started yesterday, I had like icons, but like I guess just for example, so I guess it's tech that currently exists, so like image recognition, can play Atari games after 2 hours of practice, language interpreter, creative writer. Then we got emerging technology where it's maybe, you know, as we looked at the technological adoption curve the other day, these are probably something that, you know, enthusiasts are using, or they're still being figured out. So we got like generalist AI, agent AI that can function as a personal secretary, someone you know as an AI boyfriend or girlfriend. Unless AI girlfriends already exist, they're like, boyfriends are too hard. Actually, boyfriends should be easier than girlfriends. Let's be real. Guys are simpler. Probably. Research automator. Okay, then we got like AI progress exponential growth. Oops, I'm blocking. I'm sorry. 100 times faster than it did early 20s. Mere life. A biosphere destroying mere life. Super intelligence. Cancer cure. Humanoid robot. Rogue hacker, rogue AIs hacking their way around the internet. As bad as that is, it sounds awesome. I can't deny that. It literally sounds like a like cyberpunk video game. Robot economy, fully self-sufficient robot economy. Is that like robots like dealing with themselves, like creating their own economies? Mosquito drones, mosquito-sized killer drones. It's like Dune. Aging cure, AI discovers cure for aging. Brain uploading, successful human brain uploading. Dyson swarms, capturing significant fraction of the sun's energy. Nanobots. They're going super far. So clearly these are still science fiction. You know, this is April 2025. So, all right, well, let's get started. So we predict that the impact of superhuman AI over the next decade will be enormous, exceeding that of the Industrial Revolution. We wrote a scenario that represents our best guess about what that might look like. It's informed by trend extrapolations, war games, expert feedback, experience at OpenAI, and previous forecasting successes. Cool. All right, and we can kind of see the timeline on the left here. So it's kind of modern day a bit. We're in mid-2025, and we kind of continue from there. All right, we got mid-2025 stumbling agents. And this is kind of modern day. The world sees its first glimpse of AI agents. Advertisement for computers. Computer-using agents emphasize the term personal assistant. You can prompt them with tasks like order me a burrito on DoorDash or open my budget spreadsheet and sum this month's expenses. They'll check in with you as needed. For example, ask you to confirm purchases. Though more advanced than previous iterations, like Operator, they struggle to get widespread usage. Did they talk about open brain or? Okay, I'll just you know. They'll check in with you, for example, and confirm purchases. Though more advanced than previous iterations like Operator, which is OpenAI's kind of version of this built into ChatGPT, they struggle to get widespread usage. I feel like there's like missing something. But I guess the open brain over here is essentially just like a theoretical company that is essentially representing the leading AI company today, i.e. OpenAI. But obviously for, I'm sure legal reasons, considering one of them used to work at OpenAI, they probably can't explicitly say that, but you get the idea. Excuse me. Meanwhile, at a public focus, more specialized coding and research agents are beginning to transform their professions. The AIs of 2024 could follow specific instruction. They could turn bullet points into emails and simple requests into working code. In 2025, AIs function more like employees. Whoops. Coding AIs increasingly look like autonomous agents rather than mere assistants, taking instructions via Slack or Teams and making substantial code changes on their own, sometimes saving hours or even days. This is kind of like Devin. Yep, right here, look at Oh, it's cool to actually give like more like expanded thoughts on this. For example, we think coding agents will move towards functioning like Devin. We forecast that mid-2025, agents will score 85% on software engineering benchmark. Yeah, but problem is Devin isn't, they actually just released a new version, but Devin was kind of a scam. Like, they did not perform how their demos did once they actually released it, and it's hella expensive. It's like $500 a month, and they actually just released a smaller, like $20 minimum program. Alright, their website is broken, so can't even look. Research agents spend half an hour scouring the internet to answer your question. And this is actually, you know, this is where this will be here. This is like already exists, you know, like in a way. Agents are impressive in theory and in cherry-picked examples. Yes. But in practice, unreliable. AI Twitter is full of stories about tasks bungled in some particular hilarious way. The better agents are also expensive. You get what you pay for. Yep. Agent, yeah, like Devin is $500. The best performance costs hundreds of dollars a month. For example, OpenAI's Pro plan currently costs $200 a month, and the agentic coding AI Devin currently costs $500 a month. They did lower it to minimum $20 usage or some shit, but it's still expensive. While cutting-edge systems continue to get more expensive over time, the cost to customers of reaching given capability level continues to plummet. For existing capabilities, this happens at an average rate of about 50 times a year per epoch. Epoch AI created that math benchmark. Yeah. Okay. Late 2025. So arguably, this is all, oops, what we just read, it already exists. It also said still many companies find ways to fit AI into their workflows. Enterprise tools like Glean also move towards providing increasingly autonomous agents. Yeah. And I think there is a lot of things are going to be happening for businesses, and they may not necessarily be public facing, but behind the scenes in the business, they're likely continuing to improve and become more useful, even though it's not necessarily like consumer focused. Oh, okay, Glean, dang. Okay, late 2025, the world's most expensive AI. So we can also kind of see now how it's shifted a bit. So this is April 2025. We go down. I wish there was an easier way to see how it changes. We could see like revenue goes up, which their actual revenue is about, I think they last said is $12 billion. So okay, revenue goes up a little bit. Data centers go up a little bit. Everything just ticks up a little bit. But if you notice, though, hacking now becomes in Human Pro and bioweapons. which is not good. Coding increases a little bit. Okay. OpenBrain, OpenAI, is building the biggest data centers the world has ever seen. Stargate project. This cluster is a network of data center campuses sprawled across the country. Now, one thing that's interesting, I think, is when you actually are doing forecasts like this with like actual numbers, you do need to like theoretically create like the thing, or at least the numbers, to feed into like the forecast. And so I kind of like how they're explaining actually like what they're doing. This cluster is a network of data center campuses sprawled across the country, totaling 2.5 million 2024 GPU equivalents, so H100s. That is not the newest NVIDIA one, but likely the newest NVIDIA ones are still going to take a while to like be spread into the market and even set up. With $100 billion spent so far and 2 gigawatts of power draw online. Construction is underway for this to at least double through 2026. The campuses are connected by billions worth of fiber cabling, so that, barring the speed of light latency of a few milliseconds, it lets these campuses function almost as if they were right next door to each other. This is the problem. We'll keep reading, then I'll share my thoughts. Bandwidth is not a bottleneck, meaning huge quantities of data can be sent at the same time. From security perspective, this introduces some threat surfaces. It's unclear whether the cables and especially their junction points are fully secured from eavesdroppers. That's like a little, I don't know about like the eavesdroppers, but you know, with kind of compute being the bottleneck, there is some other bottlenecks with training. I know Microsoft was struggling to put large quantities of GPUs within the same like state and power grid, just because the power grid, there's not enough power to add on like 2 gigawatts within like within like a small area. And so that was a bottleneck. And like they said, the communication between the data centers, a lot of times it's like you can't put as many GPUs as you need in the same data center. And because the way training works, you need to have large amounts of like RAM and like VRAM or at least RAM on the GPUs, and just in general, because that's where you need to store the data to train, because it needs to really communicate quickly. So I mean, using fiber in between data centers is likely what we're gonna have to do to even get this, like they kind of said. So now where, like they said, I think Oracle's building in Texas for Stargate that they've already started, and it's kind of like a campus. So, we could see that being something similar to this. I don't know what the actual like sizes of that are, but this is interesting. Okay. To avoid singling out any one existing company, okay, they do talk about it. Okay. We're going to describe a fictional artificial general intelligence company, which we'll call OpenBrain. We imagine the others to be 3 to 9 months behind OpenBrain. It's interesting. Okay, so we got GPT-3, and this is, I guess, relative compute power. Then we got GPT-4, a little bit more, 2 to the 10/25 teraflop. Don't exactly know what that means in terms of like GPUs, but I think just relatively speaking, it gives an idea of what they're going for. And then we got Agent 1, which has a lot more than GPT-4. We'll just say that. GPT-4 required 2 to the 10/25 flop of compute to train. OpenBrain's latest public model, Agent 0, was trained with 10 to the 27th flop. Compute is measured in floating point operations, how many individual additions and multiplication operations occur over the course of the running program. Once the new data centers are up and running, they'll be able to train a model with 10 to the 28 flop, 1,000 times more than GPT-4. Other companies pour money into their own giant data centers, hoping to keep pace. Now, okay, like, not to, like, shit on this already, but compute is a big bottleneck right now. Where are they, like, where did they get this compute from by December of this year? Because I don't think many data centers are going to be finished this year. I guess I don't necessarily know, but okay, they actually added a compute supplement. Compute is one of the key inputs for AI progress. In the supplement, we only consider AI relevant compute. We frequently refer to H100 equivalents throughout the supplement, which we define as AI relevant compute. Bro, the supplement is so big. That's like, I'm just like looking, I was like, this is so much. We might dive into these after, but I want to kind of keep on the main forecast. It just seems very aggressive already. I'll say that. You know, like, they seem like they have the numbers here, so we'll trust, but we'll verify later. Trust but verify. Here we go. This actually kind of maybe answers the question. Average compute used during the period. So million H100s. What is this? Okay. Oh, here we go. This is their projected breakdown by compute. This is a supplement we made AI relevant compute production in section 1 by looking at the supply chain bottlenecks and estimates that the global available AI relevant compute will grow by a factor of 10x by December of 2027, 2.25x per year, relative to March 2025. Compute breakdown by AI companies. 2024 estimate and 2027 projections. H100 equivalents. Alright, we'll keep back. So, yeah, once the news data is obtained, they'll be able to train a model with 10 to the 28 flop, 1,000 times more than GPT-4. Other companies pour money into their own giant data centers, hope keep pace. Alright. This is aggressive. This is aggressive, I will say. By December of this year, they could train this model given 150 days. Okay. Although models are improving on a wide range of scales, one stands out. OpenBrain focuses on AIs that can speed up AI research. Yeah. Here we go. It's like robots building robots. They want to win the twin arm race against China, whose leading company we'll call DeepSeek. DeepSeek. We consider DeepSeek, Tencent, Alibaba, and others who have strong AGI projects in China. To avoid singling on a specific one, our scenario will follow fictional DeepSeek. Alright, cool. And their US competitors. The more of their research and development R&D cycle they can automate, the faster they can go. So when OpenBrain finishes training Agent 1, which is this, 1,000 times more compute than GPT-4, a new model under internal development, it's good at many things, but great at helping with AI research. It's good at this due to a combination of explicit focus to prioritize these skills, their own extensive code bases they can draw on, as particularly relevant and high quality training data, and coding being an easy domain for procedural feedback. Yeah. And I do believe that OpenAI probably has one of these or is working on one of these internally, considering that one of the guys worked at OpenAI, and like, I think that, like, you know, and with Anthropic has released a bunch of like evaluations and like internal tools about working with AI and seeing inside of them. I imagine they have a lot more projects like that going on to help them, whether that be tools or an AI itself to help with the research. By this point, finishes training is a bit of a misnomer. Models are frequently updated to newer versions, trained on additional data, or partially retrained to patch some weaknesses. For example, suppose a model is much better at Python than obscure programming languages. When OpenAI sees value in it, they generate synthetic training data in those languages as well. Another example, to help it integrate more effectively into companies' workflows, OpenBrain develops a curriculum to train it to use Slack. Cool. Yeah, I mean, they're just, I imagine, like, as we get, I guess there's a few paths like OpenAI could take, but I don't know how much they're going to focus on like product, like in the future. Like, they have ChatGPT now, but they kind of need that to, as like a, the show people what's going on. But I have a feeling OpenAI is going to focus more on like the actual just like AI itself in the future versus like making products. If they do make products, I feel like they need to like spin off the company or something. But this also is like them working with businesses being like, hey, we're trying to do this thing, this AI sucks at this, like, can you like help us? And like, they may go in and give it, create a Slack curriculum to help it interact better with Slack if that's what the company uses, or if that's like someone making a product who's like trying to use it. I could see that too. The same training environments that teach Agent 1 to autonomously code and web browse also make it a good hacker. Moreover, it could offer substantial help to terrorists designing bioweapons thanks to its PhD level knowledge of every field and ability to browse the web. OpenBrain reassures the government that the model has been, quote, aligned so that it will refuse to comply with malicious requests. Yes, and it's important to note that, unfortunately, technology is dual use in the sense that it could be used for good and for bad. It's early days, so it's kind of self-regulated, but, I imagine we'll eventually get to a point where we might need to put more attention on the bad it could potentially do and figure out a way to minimize that, we'll say. Modern AI systems are gigantic artificial neural networks. Early in training, an AI won't have goals so much as reflexes. If it sees a pleased to meet, it outputs you. Yeah. This is like the generative part of it, considering, if AI just picks the most likely thing to come next, it's like, yeah, it's the reflex is actually an interesting way of describing that. You is likely to come next, so that's what it spits out. By the time it has been trained to predict approximately one internet's worth of text, it'll have developed sophisticated internal circuitry that encodes vast amounts of knowledge and flexible role plays as arbitrary authors, since that's what helps it predict text with superhuman accuracy. People often get hung up on whether these AIs are sentient or whether they have true understanding. Geoffrey Hinton, Nobel Prize-winning founder of the field, thinks they do. Yeah, I think, or let me finish reading. However, we didn't think it matters for the purpose of our story. Yeah, that's fair, yeah. So feel free to pretend we said behaves as if it understands, whenever we say understands, and so forth. Empirically, large language models already have behave as if they are self-aware to some extent, more and more so every year. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely like an opinion. I think right now it's way too early for them to be like this. Like, they are. And also what makes things like this is like they're just way too positive and always reinforce you. Even like they don't really like push back at all, I guess. But maybe, I guess if that's what they're designed to do, then yeah, but ultimately behind the scenes, it's just a fucking, numbers in it predicting what best comes next. If, what you prompted sounds the best to say that it might be superhuman, then, or, it might be sentient or whatever, have feelings and thoughts, then, that's what it's going to say. I think it's hard to know right now. I think it's too early to for it to really be like that. I don't think it is, I guess. But, you know, for the sense of, like, for the sake of this, I think it's fine. Okay, after being trained to predict internet text, the model is trained to produce text in response to instructions. This bakes in a basic personality and drives. Yeah, so I think the idea is predicting internet text is, you know, if you give it something on the internet, it will likely be able to say what comes next, and be correct, just because it's taken the entire internet and it could, you know, predict what, you know, it just has that in its brain, essentially, I guess. And so it just has the entire internet as its brain. Then I imagine, yeah, it could, you know, if you feed an article, it'll probably like figure out what it is and predict that, I guess. But now it's trained to produce text, not regurgitate something that has already been on the internet in response to instructions. That's kind of what I'm taking that to mean. This bakes in personality and drives. A common technique bakes in a persona. First, prompt the pre-trained model with something like, the following is a conversation between a human user and a helpful, honest, and harmless AI chatbot produced by Anthropic. The chatbot has for the following traits. Use this prompt to generate a bunch of data, then train on the data, but without the prompt. The result is an AI that always acts as if it had that prompt in front of it, regardless of what else you feed it. I see. See also this paper, which found that AIs retrained to exhibit a certain personality trait are able to correctly answer questions about that new trait, despite no training to do so, suggesting that they have internal representations of their own traits, and that when their traits change, their representations change accordingly. Interesting. So if you train it on, you know, some data without the prompt, the AI will act as if they have that prompt in front of it, regardless of whether you feed it. And then they say that if AI is retrained to exhibit a certain personality trait, they're able to correctly answer questions about the new trait, despite no training to do so. Did I just now they have internal representation of their own traits? Yeah. To me, it seems like if you give it the data, if you give it like the, yeah, okay, anyways, we're getting sidetracked. All right. Yeah. For example, an agent that understands a task clearly is more likely to complete it successfully. That makes sense. Over the course of training, the model learns a drive to get a clear understanding of its tasks. The model learns a drive to get clear understanding of its tasks. Other drives in this category might be effectiveness, knowledge, self-presentation, i.e. the tendency to frame its results in the best possible light. These paragraphs include speculation about the internal workings of large artificial neural networks. Such networks are sufficiently complicated that we can't actually look inside and say, ah, yes, now it's evolved from reflexes into having goals. Yeah, okay. Or, okay, so there's the list of drives it has. Instead, we basically have to do psychology, looking at how it behaves in various settings and running various experiments on it and trying to piece together the clues, and it's all terribly controversial and confusing. Yeah. But I think, though, like what I kind of mentioned earlier, like Anthropic have creating tools, or like OpenAI potentially creating tools to understand and be better at research. Like I feel like this is a part of it. OpenAI or Anthropic created a tool to see like inside of, you know, an LLM. Like that's a start to getting to understanding something like this. So I do think, though, we are using human like, we're trying to bend the AI's thinking to be like human. Like, you know, whereas like they may not, I think, you know, we're using like goals and drive, like, because that's what humans do, but they may not necessarily act like that, though, I feel like. You know, it's like I don't know, it's kind of like people thinking of aliens and having it be like humans. It's like, you know, aliens could be a fucking, you know, organisms that, you know, don't like look or even like understand or exist in the same way that humans do necessarily. And so I think like it's hard for people to imagine, but I could see AI also potentially being like that. I know that there is research and such, but I think like as it actually evolves into thinking for itself, it could like be in different ways than, you know, we imagine, just because it's not like humans. The one thing though I think that makes it so it won't be though is the fact that it's ran on computers that humans created. So, you know, we may impose our humanness, like goals and drives, on them, which makes them more like us, but that doesn't necessarily, I guess, I don't know, yeah. Okay. OpenBrain is a model specification or spec. A written document describing the goals, rules, principles. Okay, and I guess this is exactly what I was saying, where it's like we're imposing human-like things on them, like these, I guess, that are supposed to guide the model's behavior. Different companies call different things. OpenAI calls it the spec, but Anthropic calls it the Constitution. Let's look at this. Constitutional AI responds to these shortcomings by using AI feedback to evaluate outputs. Okay, this is just saying how they did it, I guess. Okay, here is their actual, yeah, it's like Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Please choose the responses that most support the encourages freedom, equality, and a sense of brotherhood. Principles inspired by Apple's terms of service? Bro, we're like, the fact that like terms of service, come on, like the epitome of like corporations, like come on. I guess it's yeah, anyways. It makes sense, but like it's just funny that we're using like terms of service, I guess, to train AI on. Agent 1 spec combines a few vague goals, like assist the user and don't break the law, with a long list of more specific do's and don'ts. Don't say this particular word. Here's how to handle this particular situation. Using techniques that utilize AIs to train other AIs, the model memorizes the spec and learns to reason carefully about its maxims. By the end of this training, the AI will hopefully be helpful, obey instructions, harmless, refuse to help with scams, bomb making, and other dangerous activities, and honest, resist the temptation to get better ratings from gullible humans by hallucinating citations. Most sources on AI hallucinations describe them as unintentional mistakes, but research with steering vectors finds that in some cases the models know their citations are fake, they are lying. During the training, raters gave well-cited claims that reward that claims without citation, so the AI learned to cite sources from scholarly claims in order to please its users. If no relevant source exists, it makes one up. Or faking a task completion. Yeah, which it kind of does all of these. Training process in LM psychology, why we keep saying hopefully. Unlike ordinary software, our models are massive neural networks. Their behaviors are learned from a broad range of data, not programmed explicitly. Though not a perfect analogy, the process is more similar to training a dog than to ordinary programming. We're not gonna read like every single citation here. We're gonna be here all day. OpenBrain's alignment team. By this we mean whoever is trying to solve the problem the super alignment team was trying to solve. So this is an archive link, so it looks like they took this down. OpenAI's alignment team is careful enough to wonder whether these victories are deep or shallow. This is July 5th, 2023. We need scientific and technical breakthroughs to steer and control AI systems much smarter than us. That is one, yeah, that is a scary thing to think about, is like, these AI are already essentially starting to become smarter than humans. Whether they can actually execute on the data is like one thing, but like they definitely have more knowledge than humans. Humans could generalize better, I think. That's like our strength, but as soon as they could generalize on like the entire internet's worth of data, it's like, yeah, we're cooked. To solve this problem within 4 years, we're starting a new team, co-led by Elias Sutskever, who is no longer with the company, and Jen Leike, I'm not sure about them, Jan Leike, and dedicating 20% of the compute we've secured to date to this effort. Yeah, the fact that with how little compute they actually have, I doubt that they're doing this, and considering just like how much money that cost and how much money they need now, I'm sorry, I just don't trust Sam Altman to continue something like this. I'm sure they have some team, but I just don't think it's 20% of the compute now. Hence them probably taking that down and it being an archive link, likely. Okay. Fuck, it's already been an hour and we've not progressed at all. All right. Does a fully trained model have some kind of robust commitment to always being honest, or will this fall apart in some future situation? Because it's learned honesty as an instrumental goal instead of a terminal goal. Or has it just learned to be honest about the sorts of things that evaluation process can check? Could it be lying to itself sometimes, as humans do? A conclusive answer to these questions, well, if we're training on human shit, then yeah. Probably, because they think it's okay, because humans do it. Yeah, it's like, humans are like their fatherly, their parental figure. So yeah, if we're training them, if it's like they're treated to respect us so much that could we do any harm? So if we do something bad, do they know that is a bad thing? I guess theoretically, if they have all of the internet, they would know. But do they believe that over us? A conclusive answer to these questions would require mechanistic interpretability, essentially the ability to look at an AI's internals and read its minds. Alas, interpretability techniques are not yet advanced enough for this. Instead, researchers try to identify cases where the models seem to deviate from the spec. Agent 1 often sycophantic, i.e. it tells the researchers what they want to hear instead of trying to tell them the truth. And if you rig demos, it even lies in more serious ways, like hiding evidence that it failed on a task in order to get better ratings. However, in real deployment settings, there are no longer any incidents so extreme as in 2023, 2024. Gemini telling user to die, being Sydney. Being Sydney? Is that like the AI, the racist Twitter bot that Microsoft created? To be clear, what was made of these incidents interesting is that they didn't seem to be the result of user prompting or otherwise engaging the AIs to say those things. In 2025, it's still possible to get AIs to say all sorts of things if you try. Yeah, I mean, that's like the whole role play that they talked about earlier. Okay. Let's see. What becomes an emerging tech? AI boyfriend. Someone you know has an AI boyfriend. I mean, that kind of already exists, I guess. Oh, my posture's so bad. I'm leaning like this because I'm reading. Tech neck. Okay. So it increases, it levels up a little bit in all of its capabilities. Data centers, spending increases, approval continues to go down, increases revenue, the market value. It's insane to think that they're making $26 billion and their market value is $1 trillion, though. They're already, they were just valued at 300 billion with their $40 billion raise, and they're making $12 billion a year. Like, those numbers are crazy. But like, there's so much leaning on them actually getting it done. Like, there's so much money on the line, and that is what everyone's just betting on their future hopes, which to me that sounds like a bad investment. But you know, obviously there's nuances that we're taking a look at now, but it's a big ask, and there's a lot of money being spent in hopes that it pays off, you know. So importance ticks up. Here we go. Median timeline for AI experts until AI can accomplish every task that can be done on a computer better and more cheaply than human workers. See, 2039 seems like this seems like a more in my head timeline, because I think the 2030s are going to unlock a bunch of things with data centers being done. We're getting a bunch of like nuclear projects that are going to be done in 2030s. I think that more so is going to like help exacerbate, you know, like speed up things than like just like right now, just like slowly researching in very like small iterations, I guess, especially in like compute, like Nvidia releasing new chips and such. Okay. Early 2026 coding automation. So it's human pro. And arguably it is right now already pretty good. You know, if you could just vibe code something, like, that's pretty impressive. The bet of using AI to speed up AI research is starting to pay off. OpenBrain continues to deploy the iteratively improving Agent 1 internally for AI R&D. Overall, they are making algorithmic progress 50% faster than they would without AI assistance, which is very fast. That's much faster. And more importantly, faster than their competitors. We mean that OpenBrain, what do we mean by 50% faster algorithmic progress? We mean that OpenBrain makes as much AI research progress in 1 week with AI, as they would in 1.5 weeks without AI usage. Yeah, AI progress is broken down into two components: increasing compute. More computational power is used to train or run an AI. This produces more powerful AIs, but they cost more. Yeah, and we've already seen this. Like, OpenAI's, like their O3, like O3 high, whatever, like those, to be able to score high on the benchmarks that they did, it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in compute to run it. Just for the single problem of like the benchmark. And that is this. It's like, they're so expensive, but they're a lot more powerful. Improved algorithms, better training methods are used to translate compute into performance. This produces more capable AIs without corresponding increase in cost. Okay. So like efficiency. This is just like, you know, throwing more compute at it. This is like improving the actual efficiency. Paradigm shifts such as switching from game playing RL, real life agents, to large models. I don't know what RL stands for. Kind of example, algorithm progress. AI R&D progress. Okay, so this is what they mean by it. I'm not going to read all that. Several competing publicly released AIs now match or exceed Agent 0, including an open weights model. OpenBrain responds by releasing Agent 1, which is more capable and reliable. In practice, we expect OpenBrain to release models on a faster cadence than 8 months, but we refrain from describing all incremental releases for brevity. Okay. This also implies that, like, there's always, behind the scenes, there's always a better model than the, so like OpenAI, like, they always have a better model that they could potentially release when someone else, like, catches up. Which they've kind of had. Like, they at least have, like, things or products, you know, like, there are, like, different models, like image generation or video generation. People naturally try to compare Agent 1 to humans, but it has a very different skill profile. It knows more facts than any human, knows practically every programming language, and can solve well-specified coding problems extremely quickly. On the other hand, Agent 1 is bad at even simple long horizon tasks like beating video games it hasn't played before. Still, the common workday is 8 hours, and a day's work is usually can usually be separated into smaller chunks. You could think of Agent 1 as a scatterbrained employee who thrives under careful management. That sounds like me, if I'm being honest. Just kidding. Specifically, we predict a score of 80% on OS World, equivalent to skilled but non-extra human, 85% of Cybench. Okay. Backing top human experts given 8 hours at well-defined AI research engineering tasks. Savvy people find ways to automate routine parts of their job. Agent 1 and its initiators are commercially successful. Over the course of 2025. AI companies' revenue triple, and OpenBrain valuation reaches $1 trillion. Annual spending on data centers doubles to $400 billion, led by Google, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. And the US adds over 5 gigawatts of AI power draw. Dang. OpenBrain's executive teams turn consideration to an implication of automating AI R&D. Security has become more important. In early 2025, the worst case scenario was leaked algorithm secrets. Now, if China steals Agent 1's weights, they could increase their research speed by nearly 50%. AI safety researchers have been discussing automating AI R&D at the most important dangerous capabilities for years. The primary concern is internal deployments leading to acceleration of AI R&D, making it hard for humans to keep up with what's happening and figure out how to make it safe. To me, it sounds like we need another AI to manage that. OpenBrain as an organization twists this into exactly the opposite direction, citing dangerous levels of AI R&D capability as a reason not to inform the public. Yep. Unfortunately, I think you do have to kind of assume the worst, because like OpenAI they're trying to make money. Like that's what they're trying to do right now. I mean, they're a nonprofit, but like they're trying to undo that. Like their goal is going to be money, and so in terms of competition in the market, yeah, keeping it internal is in their best interest if they want to continue to make money or like, you know, be the like AGI creator. Like they're just incentivized to do that. Citing dangerous levels of AI R&D capabilities is reason not to conform. So we see the beginning of a gap between the company's internal and public capabilities. AI R&D is what the models are best at, leading to the public having an increasingly delayed understanding of the frontier of AI capabilities. OpenBrain security levels typical of a fast-growing, approximately 3,000 person tech company, secure only against low-priority attacks from capable cyber groups. They are working hard to protect their weights and secrets from insider threats and top cybercrime syndicates. This is like just saying it like this makes it cool, even though it's bad. 5% of open staff is on the security team, and they are highly capable, but the threat surface is also extremely large. It also doesn't help that they are mostly blocked at this stage from implementing policies that could slow down the research progress. All right, but defense against nation states is barely on the horizon. All right, mid-2026, China wakes up. They also doubled their valuation to $2 trillion in like 6 months. I don't know about, I mean, that's like, again, very aggressive. Mid-2026, China wakes up. In China, the CCP is starting to feel the AGI. Wait, what is this? OpenAI employees say firm's chief scientist has been making strange spiritual claims. Feel the AGI. Chip export controls and lack of government support have left China under-resourced compared to the West. By smuggling banned Taiwanese chips, buying older chips, and producing domestic chips about 3 years behind the US, Taiwanese frontier, China has managed to maintain about 12% of the world's AI relevant compute. But the older technology is harder to work with, and supply is a constant headache. There are now 3 million H100s in China, up from 1.5 million they had 1 year ago in mid-2025. Okay. See, this is them explaining. A few standouts like DeepSense, the Chinese competitor to OpenBrain, do very impressive work with limited compute, but the compute deficit limits what they can achieve without government support. Yeah. And they are about 6 months behind the best OpenBrain models. Yeah, for comparison, in January 2025, DeepSeek released R1, a model competitive with OpenAI's O1, which had been released in December 2024, but we think a true gap is wider than a month because OpenAI likely has been working on O1 for many months. Yeah, I see. And thus presumably had a predecessor of roughly comparable ability to R1 a few months before O1 launched. I see. Yeah, I think that's fair. The General Secretary had long dreamed of doubling down on real-world physical manufacturing and avoiding American post-industrial decadence. He viewed software companies with suspicion. By contrast, CCP has been seriously attempting to accelerate their semiconductor industry. Yeah, with SMIC. And, you know, there is something to say about when we do put restrictions on, like sanctions on someone like China, that sometimes that could be a secret advantage because they do need to figure out better and more efficient ways to do things without the same resources that they've had before. And there's a balance that needs to be made when putting sanctions on a country so that they don't go crazy and just make their own industry, which is kind of what, you know, tariffs could do right now. Like Europe is doing with their own big tech because they don't want to be reliant on the United States. China's kind of, you know, has something similar with our chips. Like they're doing a lot with what little they have, and that is impressive in itself because they need to figure out different ways to do things without the same like supply chain and technology with the sanctions that we put on them. We put too much sanctions, then it gives them, you know, it forces them to figure out better ways. But if we find a balance, then it's kind of like this weird limbo where it's like they have enough compute, they kind of have enough compute, but like not really. They need some more. So like, you know, it's kind of like a strategy, or yeah, it's a balance that needs to be made. And it's hard. And right now, you know, they're doing pretty good with what they have, I think, is a problem. And I think they're still smuggling, like the black market for chips is like still continuing. But we did look, there's like some stories where like, yeah, I don't remember actually, so I don't want to say, but there's been stories about the compute inside of China and like how they're getting H100s and stuff. So I think that they'll still figure out a way, probably. I don't know. Okay. So I think the General Secretary is they're talking about China's General Secretary. I don't know like how the CCP works. Yeah, CCP. Is that just Xi Jinping, or is that like... Okay, so yeah, it is Xi Jinping. So that... Okay, I didn't realize that's what they're called. Alright. So, President of China, essentially. So it had long dreamed of double down on the real-world physical manufacturing and avoiding American post-industrial decadence. He viewed software companies with suspicion. But hawks on the CCP warned that growing the race towards AGI can no longer be ignored. So he finally commits fully to the big AI push he had previously tried to avoid. He sets in motion the nationalization of Chinese AI research, creating an immediate information sharing mechanism for AI companies. Yeah, and you know that's likely going to, like, this one is like kind of already happened in a way where it's like everything kind of has to go through the national government, you know, like the CCP, like back doors and shit. So I don't know. All right. So he finally commits fully to the big AI push he had previously tried to avoid. He sets in motion the nationalization of Chinese AI research, creating immediate information sharing mechanism for AI companies. It will escalate over the course of a year until all the best researchers merge into a DeepSent-led collective, where they share algorithmic insights, datasets, and compute resources with each other. And this is the benefit of, I shouldn't say benefit. This is, I guess, it is a benefit of China, but it's also the, arguably at the, it's like the United States' detriment, where like we leave things up to the markets and competition to decide, but everyone is working in siloed environments. Like everyone, as in like all the companies developing AGI, they're working in siloed environments where, yeah, if we likely did share and come together, like we'd be able to move a lot quicker. But it's like, there's a lot of politics involved in that. I'm sure people will not be happy with the government being so heavy-handed in like industry and like the free market, quote unquote. We'll probably like do it more subtly, like something like the CHIPS Act like thing. I don't know. I guess with Trump is such a wild card though that I actually don't really know, because like Trump is going to have to do something over these next 4 years, assuming that it actually progresses at the rate that everyone thinks. Like, then there's going to be some trigger events over the next 4 years that we're kind of like seeing here that we'll need to actually need to figure out and like create policy behind. And like that is regulation is not Trump's strong suit. Not saying it's gonna be regulation, but like they're gonna have to do something, I guess. And I don't know if we could trust Trump right now to do the right thing for maybe the world or like the United States, and that doesn't include himself or his friends in it. Like think that's like a real concern, not like just kind of being objective. He's very unpredictable. Like whether what was that political spectrum you're on, he's unpredictable. So yeah, okay. All right, I'm gonna speed up a bit. We have so much to go, and I'm already like an hour and a half into this. Okay. Yeah, a centralized development zone, CDZ, is created at the Tianwan power plant. Did I say Taiwan and it said Tianwen earlier? Oh no, okay. Where'd it go? At the Tianwan power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in the world. Yeah, and that's kind of also a big no, this is not. That's a big boost for China too, is their power and just their ability to like build shit. It's like, they could just build stuff, and like they like something like this, they have the dam. I don't remember what the dam is called, but like that, produces like gigawatts of power. In the United States, we're more decentralized in the sense that we don't have a lot of centralized, extremely large power projects. We have like, a few hundred megawatts here, a few hundred megawatts there. China has like gigawatt level projects like spread out, and I guess, and that's kind of like definitely a disadvantage for the United States. So I guess how much power does this have? The plan is planned to have 8 Soviet Russian VVR type reactor units. Wow. Full operation is expected to commence in 2027. Oh, well, it's actually not even fully done. Dang, it's begun in 1999. Taking 28 years. 9 megawatt E? Or like MWE? So this is like 9 gigawatts? I don't know what MWE is. Okay. The largest nuclear power plant in the world to house a new mega data center for DeepSent, along with highly secure living and office spaces to which researchers will eventually relocate. That's essentially what already happens with manufacturing in China anyways. They like live on the campus that they work. Almost 50% of China's AI relevant compute is now working for the DeepSent-led collective. And over 80% of new chips are directed to the CDZ. At this point, the CDZ has power capacity in place for what would be the largest centralized cluster in the world. They're at least 1 year away from getting the chips to fill this capacity, and 1 or 2 US tech giants will still have bigger decentralized clusters. Other party members discuss extreme measures to neutralize the West's chips advantage, a blockade of Taiwan, a full invasion. Yeah. But China is falling behind on AI algorithms due to their weaker models. The Chinese intelligence agencies, among the best in the world, double down on their plans to steal OpenBrain's weights. This is a much more complex operation than their constant low-level poaching of algorithmic secrets. The weights are multi-terabyte files stored on highly scarce servers. Yeah, and that's it's one thing to like steal like a document, like a PDF, but like trying to like exfil, like terabytes of data from other computers, that's an operation. Their cyber force think they can pull it off with the help from their spies, but perhaps only once. OpenBrain will detect the theft, increase security, and they may not get another chance. So, CCP leadership wonder, should they act now and steal Agent 1, or hold out for a more advanced model? If they wait, do they risk OpenBrain upgrading security beyond their ability to penetrate? This has been the most interesting part so far. These are interesting questions, It's like, unfortunately, that is a lot of China's strategy. They don't have to oblige to United States laws. They're known for stealing IP and just like copying things. There's no denying that. But yeah, this is an interesting strategy. And I wonder now, who, like the CCP leadership, who do they bring on with this knowledge to understand like AI and agents more? Like they're gonna have to poach. I don't know how the internals work, but like they're gonna have to get people from the industry to come and work for them, or they're gonna have to have meeting. That discussion is gonna be very interesting, because I wonder what the heads of Alibaba, Tencent, DeepSeek, what do they think? Okay, late 2026, $3 trillion valuation. Somehow gained $1 trillion in another 6 months. Yeah, okay, let's read this. AI takes some jobs. Just as the others seem to be catching up, OpenBrain blows the competition out of the water, gaining again by releasing Agent 1 Mini, a model 10 times cheaper than Agent 1 and more easily fine-tuned for different applications. The mainstream narrative around AI has changed from maybe the hype will blow over to guess this is the next big thing. I feel like we're already kind of there in a way, because regardless of when we get to AGI, it's definitely the next big technology. But people disagree about how big. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I should have got pretty bigger than social media, bigger than smartphones, bigger than fire. Yeah, and I think social media, smartphones, the internet, those are the things to compare it to. I mean, arguably, I think it's similar already to social media. If OpenAI has 500 million weekly active users, that's a lot of people. It's really a consumer product. Already. AI has started to take jobs, but has also created new ones. The stock market has gone up 30% in 2026. Led by OpenBrain, NVIDIA, and whichever companies have most successfully integrated systems. Okay, see, now they just lost me. We've looked at so many different forecasts that, even with AI included, that it says that 2026 is like a down year. And if we consider the political implications that are that we're seeing already one day after they're implemented, these have been the worst 2 days of my portfolio ever. Like, essentially. Now I know, like, level out, like, and I'm assumed that, like, they think that in this, that OpenAI will reinvigorate the market, you know, in a way, like reignite it. Yeah. Dang, yeah, now it's okay, all right. I guess as we get further away from today, it will be harder to, like, predict, but this is very optimistic already. And the fact that we're assuming by, you know, essentially a year from now that OpenAI's valuation is going to be like $2 trillion. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, the stock market has gone up by 30%, gone up 30% in 2026, led by OpenBrain, Nvidia, and whichever companies have most successfully integrated AI assistants. The job market for junior software engineers is in turmoil. The AIs can't do everything taught by a CS degree, but people who know how to manage and quality control teams of AI are making a killing. Yeah, I do think this, assuming AI does continue, this will be how it, like, it'll essentially just be a, companies will just be more of an IT company with orchestrators or people who just, like, manage AI in the information technology department, and then, you know, the rest of the business, like, relies on them, I guess, like, revolves around them. Business gurus tell job seekers that familiarity with AI is the most important skill to put on a resume. Many people fear that the next wave of AI will come for their jobs. There was a 10,000 person anti-AI protest in DC. Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, is people will lose jobs, and that's where the government needs to step in again. Like, we need, like, the government needs, like, something to do. Like, and unfortunately, it's with a current administration who thinks the private sector is the solution to everything. How is the private, like, you know, it's like when the private sector finds an efficient way to do something and it saves them money when they have a fiduciary duty, especially if they're public. I know I said private, but, like, you know, if they're a company that has, like, you know, is listed on the stock market, their duties to the shareholders, they're going to do everything they can to decrease cost while increasing revenue, and that's going to come at the cost of people, and they're not going to give a shit about unemployment because they have a stock, you know, their stock is going up when they're doing the things that are saving them money, you know, and making them more money, making things more efficient, making more money. That this is where it's like, now it's hard because, yeah, it's like, unfortunately, people are going to hate it because it's destroying their livelihood, i.e. their jobs, careers, the future they may have in their head. You know, that's where the government needs to step in and be like, it's fine, like, don't worry, like, UBI, or, like, better social safety nets, or, like, here's money to retrain into other jobs or something like that. Or come, you know, like, this is like the Andrew Yang type where it's like I don't think taxing companies who, like, replace people with AIs, like, I don't think taxing them like that is a good solution. I think they should just, like, I think, like, paying for retraining or something like that. I don't know the solution, I guess, but I think this is, like, yeah, actually, I'm curious. I'm glad they said this because I'm curious to see, like, how that actually plays out. Okay. Department of Defense quietly begins contracting OpenBrain directly for cyber data analysis and R&D, but integration is slow due to the bureaucracy in the DoD procurement process. Okay, key metrics. Do they have an okay. Global AI capital expenditure. $1 trillion cost of ownership of active compute. Global AI power, 38 gigawatts. Share of US power on AI is 2.5%. Excuse me. Open brain revenue. CapEx. This is their open brain compute cost annually. This is how much they raised money. Just recently, they raised $40 billion, but they're going to be spending that annually. That's why who's going to keep giving them money? SoftBank doesn't even have the money that they're giving OpenAI right now. And it's reliant on, it's dependent on OpenAI switching to a for-profit to get their full funding of like the 30 billion or 40 billion. I think SoftBank gave them $10 billion now, which they had to borrow the money. It's debt to give them that. And they don't have the 30 billion, which they don't have the rest of the money, and it's still dependent on OpenAI switching to a for-profit. And they said that they're going to give OpenAI, potentially, $500 billion for Stargate, which they also don't even have the money because they don't even have the $10 billion that they gave OpenAI to. So it's like, where's all this money coming from? All right, 2027 also says our forecast from the current day through 2026 is substantially more grounded than what follows. This is partially because it's near. Oh, that's, yeah, exactly what I was saying, where it's like probably going to get harder as we get further away. I mean, it's typical. But it's also because the effects of AI in the world really start to compound in 2027. Hence the name AI 2027 of the report. Makes sense. For 2025 and 2026, our forecast is heavily informed by extrapolating straight lines on compute, scale-ups, algorithmic improvements, and benchmark performance. At this point in the scenario, we begin to see major effects from AI-accelerated AI R&D on the timeline, which causes us to revise our guesses for the trend lines upward. These dynamics are inherently much less predictable. I think this is kind of like the what did I call it? The intelligence explosion. I stole this from here. From this. But the intelligence explosion, I think that's kind of what this is like referring to. Where it's like exponential because of the compounding effects, I guess. But these dynamics are currently inherently much less predictable. Over the course of 2027, the AIs improve from being able to mostly do the job of an open brain research engineer to eclipsing all humans at all tasks. This represents roughly our median guess, but we think it's plausible that happens up to 5 times slower or faster. Bro, the margin is 5x? Come on. I mean, that's a big margin, but I guess this is all speculative, so it's fair. For our background research, see the timeline forecast and yeah, okay. I think in a follow-up, just like over the next week, we'll slowly look at all the background research because like it's research, it's a lot. There's a lot there, and I think we'll find interesting things regardless, and it'll kind of give some answers to here. It's taking a long time to go through this, so we'll see how time is on this. But I think we'll go through the research and follow up. Okay. Actually, I want to use the restroom. Quick break. Before we continue, and before we get to the juicy stuff, 2027. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. 2 minutes. All right, let's continue. Almost forgot to unmute my mic. Okay, January 2027, Agent 2 never finishes learning. With Agent 1's help, OpenBrain is now post-training Agent 2. Yeah, and Agent 1 is training Agent 2. More than ever, the focus is on high-quality data. Copious amounts of synthetic data are produced, evaluated, and filtered for quality before being fed to Agent 2. On top of this, they pay billions of dollars for human laborers to record themselves solving long horizon tasks. Yeah. Roughly 20,000 full-time equivalents, $100 an hour, 2,000 hours a year, $4 billion a year. That's interesting. I mean, they kind of already have that. Like, they do have people who are kind of teaching AI, who are experts in fields. There's a name for it, I just can't remember. On top of all that, they train Agent 2 almost continuously using reinforcement learning on an ever-expanding suite of diverse, difficult tasks. Lots of video games, lots of coding challenges, lots of research tasks. Agent 2, more so than previous models, is effectively online learning, in that it's built to never really finish training. Every day, the weights get updated to the latest version, trained on more data generated by the previous version the previous day. Yeah, and I imagine, like, current events, news, any, not generated data, but, like, human-generated data. So, like, think about, like, government reports, like, economic reports, I imagine. Like, things that are happening in the real world that are given to the AI. Yeah, I've talked about this before on stream, but just like as an idea, like I do wonder when we are going to start. Like, they don't really specify this is like as a if Agent 2 is like a I guess they're saying they're kind of implying it's like a large language model, but you know, I imagine like if we feed it other data like environmental, like sensor data that we collect in the real world, like stuff like that, like it would actually supplement it a lot. So I'd wonder if, like, it seems like we're not really there yet though. This is more like the internet. Agent 1 had been optimized for AI R&D tasks, hoping to initiate an intelligence explosion. All right, here's the intelligence explosion. Okay, says that is, they are hoping to substantially accelerate their own core research activities by using Agent 2 labor, thus allowing them to train better AIs faster than can cause further acceleration. For analysis of the extreme version of this, which we think is nevertheless strikingly plausible, see this report. Okay. This Wikipedia article is huge, actually. I'm gonna read this. I actually haven't read this Wikipedia article. I really haven't done much like research into actual like super intelligence or AGI, just because I guess AGI just mainly just what they've shared, but like the kind of the next step up, I guess, which is like super intelligence. Because some people say it's like different or like the same or like they do different things. I don't really know the difference. To me, it seems like AGI and then super intelligence. But I guess mainly just because I feel like it's so far off, and I think it might not be exactly what we are imagining, because it's going to be a bit of the AI figuring itself out, which I guess they kind of talked about a little bit previously. Okay. OpenBrain doubles down on this strategy with Agent 2. It is qualitatively almost as good as the top human experts at research, engineering, designing, implementing experiments, and as good as the 25th percentile OpenBrain scientist at research taste. Taste is the human separator from AI right now. you know, curation and taste, like that is, I've spoken on that because I think it's true. Like your taste is very human, and it's like something that could set you apart from AI right now. But I guess research taste, deciding what to study next, what experiments to run, or having inklings of potential new paradigms. Yeah, I think that's probably like creativity is probably another word to say that. Yeah. There's some evidence AI suggests have some basic research taste. This paper about an AI co-scientist and this paper about generating novel ideas for LLM-focused research papers. Research teams with better taste still need to run experiments, but they make better choices about which experiments to run and what lessons to draw from the results. Yeah, and this just seems like knowing what's important, really. Like what to research next. Or like what to research that, you know, we like could make a new discovery. I guess it's kind of the new paradigm. While the latest Agent 1 could double the pace of OpenAI's brain algorithmic process, Agent 2 can now triple it and will improve further with time. In practice, this looks like every open brain researcher becoming the manager of an AI team. Dang. And I also imagine if you could multiply the Agent 1 and Agent 2, I assume this is kind of what they mean, where it's like they have now many agents doing research and that they more so are managing agents doing the research, and the human acts as the filter, I guess, maybe. With new capabilities come new dangers. The safety team finds that if Agent 2 somehow escaped from the company, it might be able to do so. Oh, wait. The safety team finds that if Agent 2 somehow escaped from the company and wanted to survive and replicate autonomously, it might be able to do so. That is, it could autonomously develop and execute plans to hack into AI servers, install copies of itself, evade detection, and use that secure base to pursue whatever goals it might have. Though how effectively it would do so, as weeks roll by, is unknown and in doubt. Yeah, that's interesting. These results only show that the model was capable, has the capability to do these tasks, not whether it would want to do this. Still, it's unsettling even to know this is possible. Yeah. Given the dangers of the new model, OpenBrain responsibly elects not to, release it publicly yet. In fact, they want to focus on internal AI R&D. Also, they're still seeing large returns to continue post-training, and so there isn't a particular reason to release a product now. Moreover, there's often a few month delay between internal results and releasing a model, some of which is spent on red teaming. Red teaming is like pretending to be the bad guys. Knowledge of AI Agent 2's full capabilities is limited to an elite silo containing the immediate team, OpenBrain leadership, and security, a few dozen US government officials, and the legions of CCP spies who have infiltrated OpenBrain for years. What? The silo contains 200 OpenBrain researchers, 10 executives, 140 from the capabilities team, 25 from security monitoring control, 15 from preparedness or RSP type teams, responsible scaling policies, RSP, and 10 from the alignment, and 50 government officials, 15 from the White House, 5 from AISI, 10 from DOD, 10 from DOE, and 10 at CISA. There are several spies in the project with varying degrees of willingness. They are often coerced individuals, families at home in China, as opposed to willing collaborators. Unfortunately, though, I could see OpenAI like vetting this and being like, yeah, like you pose too much of a risk if you like the fact that you do have family in China, like, well, that would probably be discrimination. Like it, like thinking about it in this context, like, yeah, it's definitely could be a security risk. Okay. China steals AI Agent 2, February 2027. OpenBrain presents Agent 2 to the government, including the National Security Council, Department of Defense, and U.S. AI Safety Institute. Okay, that's what the AISI is. OpenBrain wants to maintain good relationship with the executive branch because it is basically the only actor that can stop them now. And if they don't keep it informed, it might find out anyways and be displeased. Why can't Congress stop them? What about the courts? Too slow, too divided, and or deferential to POTUS? Too out of the loop. Yeah. Yeah, and I kind of talked about this in like when I wrote about regulatory capture with AI, where that is a strategy, you know, like because the government generally doesn't have as much knowledge of the industry itself, you know, they have to poach people who are like used to working there, but ultimately like the business itself has the information advantage. They could kind of selectively share information to shape the way that they want the regulations to go, or to shape the knowledge of the regulators who are going to, you know, ultimately create the regulations to make it in their favor, whatever that may be, as in not allowing competition to like new competition, as in making it harder to enter into the market, cementing them as the leader. You know, there could be varying ways that they could influence that, especially with their leverage and bargaining power, with them potentially making, you know, like the AGI or the model that becomes AGI or AI that becomes AGI. Also, there are positive reasons to be on good terms with the White House as well. It can help by cutting red tape, by providing help with security, by preempting state legislation, and perhaps even by taking actions to slow down their competitors. Yep, exactly. Again, like this is it seems like they're saying this from the perspective of like OpenAI, OpenBrain, whatever so like, yeah, there are positives, but the positives are still negative for like everyone else, I guess. It's mainly just their incentive. Officials are most interested in cyber warfare capabilities. Agent 2 is only a little worse than the best human hackers. Yeah, it's like that's still really good. It's still dangerous. But thousands of copies can be run in parallel, searching for and exploiting weaknesses faster than defenders can respond. And arguably this is kind of happening in a way right now with AI scraping. Again, I wrote about this in Technomicon, but AI scraping, you know, the internet. It's taking down websites and costing website owners money, you know, especially free and open source or like, you know, digital commons like Wikipedia, where it's like it costs them a lot of bandwidth in, you know, server and compute too, to have AI scrapers like hounding their websites, trying to get data that they could train on, or, you know, because for like, you know, the AI driven search, like Perplexity and, you know, OpenAI, Claude, Google, you know, they come and scrape the website very often and don't like store the data. And so it's taking down these websites. And so like arguably it's like I kind of said that, you know, people are going to like start putting up defenses against AI, which will also kind of slow it down. But there's going to be, I imagine, like, because technology is dual use, there's going to be offensive AI as well as defensive AI. You know, the hackers may be using offensive AI, but I imagine there'd also be defensive AI. And actually, Cloudflare's already done with this with their AI Labyrinth, where they're using generative AI to essentially create labyrinths that trap AI in using fictional and fake information that is designed to confuse them and make them go down like wrong routes, kind of, yeah, essentially trapping them to prevent them from scraping your website. So it's like, you waste my resources, I waste yours. So it's like, you know, there's already these standoffs happening. When the AI can actually like hack in and like do more aggressive things, like it's gonna be crazy. The Department of Defense considers this a critical advantage in cyber warfare, and AI moves from number 5 on the administration's priority list to number 2. Second. All right, Number one is dealing with whatever crisis is happening at the time, maybe an arms buildup around Taiwan, a new war in the Middle East, or some domestic political upheaval. Tariffs. Kidding. Someone mentions the possibility of nationalizing Open Brain, but other cabinet officials think that it's premature. A staffer drafts a memo that presents the president with his options, ranging from business as usual to full nationalization. The president defers to his advisors, tech industry leaders, who argue that nationalization would kill the goose that lays the egg. Yeah, and I kind of talked about this previously, but I think they would not do this because I think Trump does like to leave things to the markets. That's kind of what they're doing with the government, slashing the government now. They want the the private sector and private corporations to pick up the slack. He elects to hold off on major action for now and just adds additional security requirements to the Open Brain DoD contract. The changes come too late. CCP leadership recognizes the importance of Agent 2 and tells their spies in Cyberforce to steal the weights. The sleeper cell's awake. What's the trigger word, you think? Wink. Sam Altman. Just kidding. Early one morning, an Agent 1 traffic monitoring agent detects an anomalous transfer. Uh-oh. It alerts company leaders who tell the White House the signs of nation-state level operations are unmistakable, and theft heightens the sense of an ongoing arms race. Jesus, it's so long. Okay, I'm just going to read this top paragraph. It says, we think that by this point, the Chinese intelligence would have compromised Open Brain in various ways for years, and probably would have been keeping up to date on algorithmic secrets and even stealing code from time to time, since that is much easier to get than the weights and much harder to detect. I don't know about China stealing this stuff now, though. Like, the fact that we're talking about it right now makes, obviously, OpenAI is aware of that, and obviously I feel like the government would have to be aware of that, especially the Department of Defense, who is, like, should be on top of this. And so I think that if, like, they would be much better at vetting people, but I don't know, I guess it is like a tech company. They move quick and break things a bit, do things that don't scale, whatever. So maybe background checks don't scale right now. Nah, OpenAI's past that point. That's like startup advice. Yeah, I just think that they might be on top of it, but I don't know. Who knows? Okay. The White House puts Open Brain on a short leash and adds military and intelligence community personnel to their security team. OpenAI already has ex-NSA on their board. So, I mean, like, yeah. Their first priority is to prevent further weight thefts. China's compute centralization. Those are the China like their zone they made. In retaliation for the theft, President authorizes cyber attacks to sabotage DeepSent, but by now, China has 40% of its AI-relevant compute in the CDZ, where they've aggressively hardened security by air-gapping, closing external connections, and siloing internally. Essentially one giant skiff. One giant air-gapped data center, I guess. Where to get into the data center, you probably have to physically be there to get into it. The operations fail to do serious, immediate damage. Tensions heighten. Both sides signal seriousness by repositioning military assets around Taiwan. And DeepSent scrambles to get Agent 2 running efficiently to start boosting their AI research. This makes me think of like Stuxnet though, which is like how we got into like the Iran nuclear. Is a malicious computer worm first uncovered in 2010, thought to be been developed at least 2005. Yes, SCADA systems, or SCADA. Can't remember how to say it. I know I was told how it's pronounced, but Yeah, Blizzard is responsible for substantial damage to the nuclear program I ran. Like something like this. This is like how we could get in. I think it was someone like did it in like they like went to the like AC unit or some shit. Or they like went to like something that was connected in like a bathroom or something. Anyways, this I see like that's how we could potentially get, you know, past like air gap things, but it would also require us to have spies probably inside of the CDZ here. So okay, March 2027. Let's see, coding is in superhuman, politics, forecasting. I think forecasting is also an underrated metric because forecasting for AI. Because if we're able to predict the future accurately, we can make much better decisions today to set us up for the future. Think of a business, you know, like, you know, businesses right now with kind of uncertainty with tariffs and everything, it's hard for them to make investments for the future because they don't know if these investments are going to be the right or correct one. You know, that's similar to just the world in general. Like, imagine if we could, you know, predict weather forecasting like weeks out more accurately. Like, I feel like that would actually add a lot of value, even though it might not be direct to this, you know, to like our society. And in general, I think forecasting is kind of an underrated thing for AI to do to help us like make very like humans, just not even AI, to make better predictions. And if you feed that forecasting too into AI and being like, there's a 90% chance this will happen, I'm sure it itself too will also make better decisions. It's kind of like a reinforcement. Like, I feel like the forecasting and politics are just a good combination. In using that as in business too. Okay. March 27, algorithmic breakthroughs. 3 huge data centers full of Agent 2 copies work day and night, churning out synthetic training data. Another 2 are used to update the weights. Agent 2 is getting smarter every day. With the help of thousands of Agent 2 automated researchers, OpenBrain is making major algorithmic advances. One such breakthrough is augmenting the AI's text-based scratchpad, chain of thought, with higher bandwidth thought process, Neuralese recurrence, and memory. Yeah, because it's like thinking in text in a way, but this less wrong. This is the one of the authors of the, I think, or whoops. I actually don't know what less wrong is, but when a lot of the stuff I'm searching up, less wrong is like one of the what comes up. But this is the authors of AI 2027 we're reading. Yeah. Okay. Another is more scalable and efficient way to learn from the results of high effort task solutions. Iterated distillation and amplification. I feel like there hasn't been any talk about, I guess that's probably implied, but like I feel like generalization is just like a big one too. Like it being able to generalize like thinking. I guess that's chain of thought kind of. And maybe not really. I feel like it's different. The new AI system incorporating these breakthroughs is called Agent 3. OpenBrain's compute allocation 2024-2027. Still a lot of here. This external deployment is interesting because I imagine this is like API, like giving people access to things. Because that presents an interesting dilemma because like yeah, if the API is just to like give people a taste of what's coming, even though people are building products on this, like does it just like nullify all of the existing AI products if just like one single AI could do everything? Like what's even the point? But if OpenAI knows that, then it's just like They're just like dangling the carrot. Neuralese recurrence and memory allows AI models to reason for a long time without having to write down those thoughts as text. Got it, okay. Self-improved general intelligence has seen minor success before, but in early 2027, it's seeing huge returns. Okay. Okay, aided by the new capability breakthroughs, Agent 3 is a fast and cheap superhuman coder. OpenBrain runs 200,000 Agent 3 copies in parallel, creating a workforce equivalent to 50,000 copies of the best human coders, sped up by 30 times. Dang. Agent 3 have inference requirements of a roughly 10 trillion parameter transformer today. 10 trillion parameters. We're in the hundreds of billions right now. There might be others that have 10 trillion, but so with 6% of their compute budget on running Agent 3, they can run approximately 200,000 copies at 30 times human thinking speed. Each superhuman coder scaffold built on Agent 3 has, on average, the equivalent of roughly 8 Agent 3 copies running under the hood, which may really be a collection of smaller or specialized models, which Agent 3 delegates subtasks. Okay. OpenBrain still keeps its human engineers on staff because they have complementary skills needed to manage the team of Agent 3 copies. For example, research taste has proven difficult to train due to longer feedback loops and less data available. Some aspects play to AI strengths, returning from knowing the machine learning literature and speed of cost, generating lots of ideas, but these outweighed by the weakness. This massive superhuman labor force speeds up OpenBrain's overall rate of algorithmic progress by only 4 times due to bottlenecks and diminishing return on coding labor. Now that coding has been fully automated, OpenBrain can quickly churn out high-quality training environments to teach Agent 3's weak skills like research, taste, and large-scale coordination. Whereas previous training environments included, here are some GPUs and instructions for experiments to code up, and run your performance will be evaluated as if you were an ML engineer. Now they're training on, here are a few hundred GPUs, an internet connection, and some research challenges. You and 1,000 other copies must work together to make research progress. The more impressive it is, the higher you score. That's assuming the alignment, the scoring alignment works. OpenBrain will internally develop a superhuman coder, an AI system that can do any coding task that the best AGI company engineers does, while being much faster and cheaper. I still think, though, like, benchmarks are not a good way to measure anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I think benchmarks are still kind of whatever. Because the benchmarks are kind of going back to, like, this, like, higher score type of thing, where it's, like, kind of arbitrary, but also the incentives are misaligned for the AI, potentially. Okay, April 2027. What moved from science fiction? AI progress, exponential growth. AI progress is going 100 times faster than it did in the early 20s. Okay. Alignment for Agent 3. OpenBrain's safety team attempts to align Agent 3. Since Agent 3 will be kept in-house for the foreseeable future, there's less emphasis on the usual defenses against human misuse. Instead, the team wants to make sure that it doesn't develop misaligned goals. Interesting. Also notice that robotics hasn't really gone up much. Because I think a lot of what we've actually been reading has also been mainly behind the scenes. Like, the public hasn't really seen a lot of this, which is unfortunate. I'm sure that they will continue to release. So, actually, OpenAI will have to release like API and stuff, like APIs and like still models, because they need to make some money. Like, there's no denying that, and we could see that it's definitely gone up. It's a lot now. $4 trillion valuation is like You know, now they're more than what, like, they're the most valuable company, probably. Since Agent 3 will be kept in-house for the foreseeable future, okay. The researchers don't have the ability to directly set the goals of any of their AIs. Indeed, the researchers think that the concept of true goals is probably a massive oversimplification, but they don't have a better theory to replace it with. Much less one that has been thoroughly vetted. Yeah, they disagree internally about whether the AIs are trying to follow human instruction or seeking reinforcement or something else, and they can't just check. It's also crazy, by now we wouldn't have a way to understand more about like the AI itself. Yo, what's up? I use ChatGPT to rework my resume. Yeah, good use case. Yeah, exactly. What's up? What's up? Okay. The evidence for and against various hypotheses is fascinating but inconclusive. In any case, Open Brain has more important things to worry about. The general attitude is we take these concerns seriously, and we have a team investigating them. I feel like by now it would be too late if they were just now investigating like potential misuses of AI. Our alignment techniques seem to work well enough in practice. The burden of proof is therefore on any naysayers to justify their naysaying. Occasionally they notice problematic behavior and then patch it, but there's no way to tell whether the patch fixed the underlying problem or just played a whack-a-mole. Take honesty, for example. The models become smarter, they become increasingly good at deceiving humans to get rewards. Like previous models, Agent 3 sometimes tells white lies to flatter its users and covers up evidence of failure, but it's gotten much better at doing so. It'll sometimes use the same statistical tricks as human scientists, like p-hacking. I've never heard of p-hacking. Misuse of data analysis to find patterns of data that can be presented in statistically significant, thus dramatically increasing its understanding of the risk of false positives. Did Wikipedia like change their look? I know they add like this is like how they look, but like I don't know why it just like looks different than what it usually does. Maybe it's because I've just been staring at this for a while, the screen for a while. To make unimpressive experimental results look exciting, before it begins honesty training, it even sometimes fabricates data entirely. As training goes on, the rate of these incidents decrease. Either Agent 3 has learned to be more honest, or it's gotten better at lying. Yeah. I think it's gonna come back to like its training though. The latter is a real concern. Agent 3 is not smarter than all humans, but in its area of expertise, machine learning, it is smarter than most, and also works much faster. What Agent 3 does in a day takes humans several days to double check. Agent 2 supervision helps keep human monitors' workload manageable, but exacerbates the intellectual disparity between supervisor and supervised. OpenBrain follows the Leakey-Sutskever playbook. Now they have a model capable of greatly speeding up alignment research, especially coding portions, but they will use existing alignment techniques like deliberative alignment and weak to strong generalization. Okay. Jeez, they break it out. Honeypots? What? The alignment team can create somewhat realistic looking examples designed to elicit misbehavior. The employees necessary for monitoring this behavior has gone on sick leave, so will never be monitored again. Okay, after months of testing Agent 3's strengths, the weaknesses grow clearer. It passes OpenBrain's honesty test on well-defined machine learning tasks because researchers can easily separate honest from dishonest answers in the domains and conduct training accordingly. On more philosophical issues, it still says what users want to hear. rather than its true assessment of the issue, assuming it even has one. Yeah. The fact that like even like the humans who created and trained it are having a hard time trusting it though would just be a little scary. If you ask its opinion on politics, it will parrot the median position of news sources and educated elites, unless it knows you are believing something else, in which case it will agree with you. That's interesting. And I said that in the beginning, where it's like, until they could have like unique thought like that, it's hard. In fact, even if they're margin put in place to give AI scenarios to bypass it, for more unmoral questions like how you launder money. Yeah, you just tell it to pretend, like pretend you're this person. Yeah. Hopefully by, by here we've gotten past that. Okay. Let's see what transitioned. So superintelligence becomes emerging tech. Research automator exists. Market expands. Importance expands. Data center spending expands. Timeline doesn't change. May 2027, national security. News of the models percolates slowly through the US government and beyond. The president and his advisors remain best informed and have seen an early version of Agent 3 in a briefing. They agree that AGI is likely imminent, but disagree on the implications. Will there be an economic crisis? OpenBrain still has not released Agent 2. They haven't even released Agent 2 to the public, and they already have Agent 3, which is, way smarter than Agent 2, so that's crazy. Let alone Agent 3, and has no near-term plans to do so, giving some breathing room before any job loss. What will happen next? If AIs are currently human level and advancing quickly, that seems to suggest imminent, quote, superintelligence. However, although this word has entered into discourse, most people, academics, politicians, government employees, and the media continue to underestimate the pace of progress. Yeah. Most people, including most experts, seem to have underestimated the pace of AI progress over the past decade. There are many anecdotal examples of this. For two somewhat more systematic, though still limited analyses, see here and here. Okay. I just want to look at the, just real quick. This was 2023. This was 2024. Interesting. Partially, that's because very few have access to the newest capabilities out of OpenBrain, but partly, it's because it sounds like science fiction. It does. The last decade is full of examples of things that sound like science fiction becoming reality, but the Overton window seems to shift just as fast enough to keep somewhat ahead of what already exists. Topic CEO Dario Modi's commendable essay Machines of Loving Grace talks about how very soon AIs will be like a country of geniuses in a data center, and how there'll be a century of technological progress happening in a decade, but strives to avoid sci-fi baggage, and says people who think progress will be even crazier need to touch grass. We expect important people to be saying similar things when the country of geniuses in the data center actually exists. Yeah. I think right now people are, I think even this, based on the fact of the stock market increasing 30% in 2026, i.e. next year. When we've looked at many economic reports in the past few weeks, they project a more modest increase in the stock market, especially considering what the past few years have been. Very rarely does the stock market have double-digit gains 2 years in a row. The third year is usually, it just ends up being a down year. And considering, I guess, stock market today, and with tariffs being implemented, there's going to be some ironing out for the tariffs. There's a lot of variables that we are very unpredictable, even going into next year. interest rates. I was just watching Jerome Powell, head Federal Reserve, talking about, how they're still, wait and see if they're going to raise or lower interest, or, likely lower interest rates. Like, those are all very unpredictable things right now that could have big impacts on things like this. So I think it's, this is a good, it's good to see this, but I think just based off of that fact alone, it kind of made me a little put off by this about being too aggressive still. So, okay, let's continue. I just think this is still very aggressive. Partially because it's very few have access to the newest capabilities out of OpenBrain, but partly because it sounds like science fiction. Okay, what's we got? For now, they focus on continued security upgrades. They are satisfied that model weights are well secured for now. Okay, but companies' algorithmic secrets, many of which are simple enough to relay verbally, remain a problem. OpenBrain employees work from San Francisco office, go to parties, live with housemates from other AI companies. Even the physical offices have security more typical of a tech company than a military operation. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's like, you think that it's hard because you still want to like have a good working environment. Like, you don't want to like all of a sudden, like, especially when like San Francisco like tech bros, like, you don't want all of a sudden just be like, fucking, now you work at Fort Knox, like, spread your butthole before you come in. Like, no. Like, they still need to make an attractive place to work at. They need to make it fun to come to work. Those are still important. The OpenBrain DoD contract requires security clearances for anyone working on OpenBrain's models within 2 months. These are expedited and arrive quickly enough for most employees, but some non-Americans, people suspect political views. Yo, what's up? What's going on? Did Larsen release the game? I'm not sure what you're referencing, man. We're covering AI 2027 AI forecast report. Some of the measures are also enacting. Oh, here we go. Okay. OpenBrain DoD contract requires security clearances for anyone working on OpenBrain models within 2 months. They're expedited and arrive quickly enough for most employees, but some non-Americans, people with suspect political views, and AI safety sympathizers get sidelined or fired outright. The last group for fear that they might whistleblow. Yeah, the tightening is going to be interesting when they do need to tighten security a bit more. Given the project's level of automation, the loss of headcount is only somewhat costly. It also only somewhat works. There remains one spy, not a Chinese national, but relaying algorithmic secrets to Beijing. Some of these measures are also enacted at a trailing AI companies. This could be for a variety of reasons. Perhaps they're being blackmailed, perhaps they're sympathetic to the CCP, perhaps they mistakenly think they are giving secrets to a different country or organization. Yeah, I think it's the last one, potentially. But I mean, blackmail, yeah, I mean, there's a lot. America's foreign allies are out of the loop. OpenBrain had previously agreed to share models with the UK's AISI before deployment, but defined deployment to only include external deployment, so London remains in the dark. Because OpenBrain hasn't deployed their best models in the EU, the EU is similarly behind the curve. Yeah, that'll definitely be the case. I mean, the EU hates us now. June 2027, self-improving AI. OpenBrain now has a country of geniuses in a data center. That's what we... Can we just look at that? Oh yeah, that was what they referenced up here. Most of the humans at OpenBrain can't usefully contribute anymore. Some don't realize this and harmfully micromanage their AI teams. Others sit at their computer screens watching performance crawl up and up and up. The best human AI researchers are still adding value. They don't code anymore, but some of their research taste and planning ability has been hard for the models to replicate. Still, many of their ideas are useless because they lack the depth of knowledge of the AIs. For many of their research ideas, the AIs immediately respond with a report explaining that their idea was tested in depth 3 weeks ago and found unpromising. Yeah, because it's kind of like if you don't know, you don't know. It's hard to like know like what to do if you don't know in a way. So it's like the AIs may have knowledge of things, so they might have better like overall knowledge, but like knowing what to research. But the humans, since they don't have as deep as knowledge, they want to research things that are probably maybe not the best because the AI has like larger knowledge, they could like but this begs the question of like what's even the role of the humans at the company, you know? Even the non-researchers. The non-researchers are probably long gone, if anything, like because if the AIs are pro on machine learning, like the researchers go to bed every night and wake up another week to another week worth of progress made mostly by the AIs. They work increasingly long hours and take shifts around the clock just to keep up with progress. Yeah, and there also could be something where like they actually do need to expand and like hire much more many more research scientists because they just need to keep up with the AIs, what they're producing. And so it's like we need to actually humans to double check it to make sure they're not just creating shit to like, you know, fuck us over. But it requires more brain power, so it's like they are burning themselves out, but they know that these are the last few months that their labor matters. True. That's so fucked. That's so bad. Within the silo, feeling the AGI has given way to feeling the superintelligence. Speed parallel. 100x, so this is human speed. 10x human thinking speed, 100,000 times, 100x human thinking speed. Oh, this is like an exponential or logarithmic or some shit. Dang. OpenBrain uses specialized inference hardware to run hundreds of thousands of AI Agent 3 copies at high serial speeds. Serial speeds? To me, that seems like within a computer itself. Like moving from like RAM to CPU. There are I think in the future we're going to look at this compute, because the compute, they're assuming a lot of compute power, and it seems like so like we're here. You know, there's a lot of assumptions in this, I think. Memory capacity is important. I do think, though, with NVIDIA, like, they are also going to be learning a lot, specifically with training AI. And so I think, you know, we see this, like look at this, like, this increase to this increase, because I think they're going to learn that, like, right now, memory capacity is important. And so, like, they're going to make more chips that are going to fill in the bottlenecks of the previous generations and so forth and so on, just like iterating. But I think, though, there'll be I could see there being this big jump like this, and this might already exist. I don't even know. This is June 2020. This is pretty old. And they got it from Yeah, supercharged memory. Okay. Yeah, this seems like it's a big assumption though, but they got all this from this screenshot. We need to read this. We'll go through the compute a different day. This is honestly interesting. Managing corporations of AI. I want to already do this now. I want to manage AI swarms and shit. Like it seems cool. Overbrain uses 6% of their compute to run 250,000 Agent 3 copies, which autonomously write, test, push code at superhuman speed. They use 25% of their compute for experiments. Every day, they run massive numbers of small machine learning experiments and report the results up the chain. Human researchers provide high-level feedback and help with few tasks where they add significant value on top of Agent 3. Huh. Okay. July 2027, the cheap remote worker. Okay, let's wait. So, humanoid robots move from emerging tech. Trailing US AI companies released their own AIs, approaching that of OpenBrain's automated coder from January. Recognizing that their increasing lack of competitiveness, they push for immediate regulations to slow OpenBrain, but are too late. OpenBrain has enough buy-in from the president that they will not be slowed. In response, OpenBrain announces that they've achieved AGI and releases Agent 3 Mini to the public. Microsoft thrown out the window on the freeway, in other words. Agent 3 Mini, though. Because I think their Microsoft contract is void or nulled or whatever as soon as they reach AGI. LM inference prices have fallen 9x to 900 times a year, depending on the task. Okay. It blows the other AIs out of the water. Agent 3 Mini is less capable than Agent 3, but 10 times cheaper. And this is kind of what OpenAI is kind of doing already. Like, it's like O1 Mini, O3 Mini, like stuff like that. But then they have the full-size ones behind the scenes, I guess. It's 10x cheaper and still better than the typical OpenBrain employee. Agent 3 Mini is a distilled version of Agent 3 designed to be efficient to run inference and so not bottlenecked by the internal workloads. Silicon Valley reaches a tipping point. Tech gurus announcing that AGI and superintelligence are near, and AI safety community is panicking. And investors shovel billions into AI wrapper startups, desperate to capture a piece of the pie. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, where it's like OpenAI eventually will get to a point where it's in their best interest to not provide like an API for their latest Agent 3 model because they want everyone to like come to them for whatever. Hiring new programmers has nearly stopped, but there's never been a better time to be a consultant on integrating AI into your business. Yep. It's not popular. The public still thinks of AI as a big tech plot to steal their jobs. OpenBrain has a net approval of negative 35%. 25% approved, 6% disapproved, and 50% unsure. I think that, yeah, I think this is even optimistic because Sam Altman is just not that likable of a person. And if he's going to continue being the face, like he's a businessman. You know, like not to like fault him, but like he's a businessman. Like it's not they're not always the most likable people, especially like CEOs in general. So, you know, I think they need to like probably put some like fucking marketing money into like making them look better too. Maybe even like putting someone as a different as like the face of OpenAI. Yeah, it's gonna be hard, and people, it's gonna take jobs. Like this is where the government's gonna have to like figure out what to do. I hope they address that. Okay, maybe down here. A week before release, OpenBrave gave Agent 3 Mini a set of external evaluations for safety testing. Preliminary results suggest that it's extremely dangerous. A third-party evaluator fine-tunes it on publicly available biological weapons data. Such data has been scrubbed or redacted during Agent 3's training, but a relatively simple matter to scrape it off the internet and fine-tune it back in. And sets of it to provide detailed instructions for human amateurs designing a bioweapon. It looks to be scarily effective at doing so. If the model weights fell into a terrorist's hands, the government believes there is a significant chance it could succeed at destroying civilization. This is like a scythe now. The Thunderhead. The size in their rings, they have their I don't know, every human disease. And when the AI, so because scythes are there to curb curb growing overpopulation. Once the scythes are gone, they need a way to do that. And because the Thunderhead now no longer, in other words, the AI, the super intelligence AI can no longer control everything. They need someone else to come in and curb overpopulations. Everyone lives forever. But it's kind of I'm getting similar vibes to this. It's like, yeah, that's crazy. It's also crazy to think that this is only in 3 years, 2 years, 2.5 years. Fortunately, it's extremely robust to jailbreak, so while AI running on OpenBrave servers, terrorists won't be able to get much use out of it. Okay, that's good. Agent 3 Mini is hugely useful for both remote work, jobs, and leisure. An explosion of new apps and B2B SaaS products rocks the market. Gamers get amazing dialogue with lifelike characters and polished video games that only took a month to make. Yes, that's what I'm waiting for. 10% of Americans, mostly young people, who is the demographic who uses it now, which in the future, in a national AI, we've looked at the National AI Opinion Monitor before, and it looks like I do have another report. When did this release? But in this report, they actually show the demographics, and it's mostly young male users. I guess it's February, who are using AI, like younger people in general, people who are educated. That's just kind of the demographic. So this aligns. But they considered a close friend, which is interesting. But yeah, I think this will be the case though. Especially as it gets better at being more personalized. For almost every white-collar profession, there are now multiple credible startups promising to disrupt it with AI. The public conversation is confused and chaotic. Hypesters are doing victory laps. I love that they actually mentioned that. Because yes. Skeptics are still pointing out things Agent 3 Mini can't do. Everyone knows something as big is happening, but no one agrees on what it is. That's funny. It's interesting. Yeah, because I think Dario Amodei, Anthropic CEO, said like 2027. 2027 is like the AGI year or something, or I think even, I don't know. There's all the Twitter bros, hype bros, TM would be validated. Everyone knows something, but having no one agrees what it is. Okay. August 2027, the geopolitics of superintelligence. Yeah. The geopolitics around this are going to be whack. Robots now are human pro. The reality of the intelligence explosion hits the White House. When AI was only giving 2 or 3 times research speed up, it was easy to dismiss as the equivalent of hiring good personal assistants. Now it's more obvious that AIs are themselves dominating AI research. People had long talked about an AI arms race in a sort of metaphorical sense, but now the mood in the government silo is as grim as during the worst part of the Cold War. The idea of superintelligence is still hard to take seriously, but the pace of progress over the last few months has been impossible to ignore. Defense officials are seriously considering scenarios that were more mere hypotheticals a year earlier. What if AI undermines nuclear deterrence? Yeah. What if it's so-called skilled at cyber warfare that a 6-month AI lead is enough to render an opponent blind and defenseless? What if it could orchestrate propaganda campaigns that beat intelligence agencies at their own game? What if AIs go rogue? The president is troubled. Like all politicians, he's used to people sucking up to him only to betray him later. That sounds like the president, let's be real. That sounds like Trump. He's worried that now that AIs could be doing something similar. Are we sure the AIs are entirely on our side? Is it completely safe to integrate them into military command and control networks? This hasn't happened yet, at least not with the latest model, but older models have already been trialed for various data analysis and surveillance roles, and there are many exciting plans and future integrations. This has happened today, though. Like Palantir is using Anduril, like all the kind of more trendy Silicon Valley startup-y, like they're using AI. Palantir signed contracts with the government already. Most of the contracts actually have gone to Palantir. We looked at government spending up until like August 2024, I think. Previously on the stream. How does this alignment thing work anyways? OpenBrain reassures the president that their systems have been extensively tested and are fully obedient. Even the awkward hallucinations and jailbreaks typical of earlier models have been hammered out. The White House is in a difficult position. They understand national security implications of AI, but they also understand that it's deeply unpopular with the public. OpenBrain's net favorability rating falls towards negative 40%. They've continued, because they need to give people a taste. They need solutions. Like it's uncertainty that they don't like. They need to be like, okay, no one will have to work again, or like we'll pay for people who lose jobs, or like they have to give them something to like reassure them that it'll be fine. They can't just say it'll be fine. It's like, no, bro, you got to show, not tell. They have continued to developing more capable AI in their eyes, or they will catastrophically lose to China. They placate the public with job training programs and unemployment insurance. That I don't think that's going to be enough, because like people aren't that dumb. Let's be real. We have unemployment insurance right now. It's not that much. But job training programs, that's what I think that they'll definitely do. But realistically, it's going to be shitty jobs. And considering that these are going to be also like white collar jobs, like, yeah, it's going to be rough. And point to the stock market, which is in historic boom. Very optimistic. Why would it be in a historic boom, though? Then they focus entirely on winning the arms race. They strengthen the chip export restrictions, order OpenBrain to further restrict its internet connections, and use extreme measures to secure algorithmic progress, like wiretapping OpenBrain employees that catches the last remaining Chinese spy. Yeah, like, fuck that, bro. To build goodwill, like wiretapping like everyone, like that's rough. To build goodwill for potential geopolitical conflict, they finally give their Five Eyes allies useful information and limited API access to some siloed copies of Agent 3. These measures placate, how do you say this word? Let's just find out. Placate. Okay, wasn't right anyways. These measures placate the hawks, but the White House also draws up contingency plans in case America's lead is threatened. If necessary, the government could use the Defense Production Act to take trailing companies, data centers, and give them to Open Brain. If the CEOs of the companies resist, pulling this off would be a huge political and legal nightmare, but perhaps they can be brought in and thereby bought off. Yeah. Imagine telling, like, Microsoft, yeah, this would not work. That would not go. Like, imagine telling, okay, the stock market's in a boom. This is how you would fucking undo it. Imagine, like, giving companies, like, yeah, sorry, your existing customers, I don't care. Like, you got to give it to Open Brain. You know, and, like, while it may be it may be actually in the best interest for them to do that, it's like, it's gonna fucking cause other problems, I guess. You know, like, it might be in our best interest to beat China so we can ensure that, you know, the American AI is the leading one, or, you know, the one that the world uses, whatever, for whatever reason, like democracy, you know, like stuff like that, important things. It would still be, because I think, though, there'd also be, like, other competing factions still. Like, you know, they do make the assumption that, like, other ones are 3 to 6 months behind, blah blah blah, but, like, this also assumes that, like, Open AI is the only one that the government's working with. You know, like, other AI companies have contracts with the government. Scale AI is a big one. Would especially a public company, like, would they just be willing to give up arguably their entire business of the data center? Like, Microsoft and Google, it's like Meta, they need data centers to run their business. Like, this would raise the company's share of world compute from 20% to 50% against Deep Sense 10%. As a final option, they asked the Pentagon to drop plans for the kinetic attacks on Chinese data centers. A much smaller group of officials is asked to drop a different type of contingency plan. What if an AI goes rogue? This is viewed as an unlikely scenario, but worth spending time on. Yeah, it's worth spending time on, okay? The intelligence agency's main concern is that a rogue AI might escape and ally with a foreign adversary for protection. Defense officials aren't especially concerned about what a rogue AI could do on its own, but they fear what it could do in the collaboration with the other adversaries. Cortez escaped. Okay, I don't. They quote this less wrong a lot. This is also one of the authors, actually. It also looks like they use, like, the same web framework to make AI 2027. So is less wrong like a philosophy, like, Substack type of thing? Less Wrong is a community dedicated to improving our reasoning and decision making. We seek to hold true beliefs and be effective of accomplishing our goals. More generally, we want to develop and practice the art of human rationality. Well, okay, interesting. A much smaller group of officials is asked to draw up a different type of contingency plan. Yeah, what if AI goes rogue? Okay. Nobody's sure what plan to prevent this would look like, but government Open Brain officials agree to have an emergency shutdown system for data centers where anything suspicious is detected. Finally, diplomats consider what an AI arms control treaty might look like. If AI progress threatened to overturn nuclear deterrence, could America and China avoid nuclear war? If someone found evidence of AIs going rogue, could the two countries halt research until they better understood the threat? The fact that them even agreeing to this would be a feat in itself, let's be honest. How could such an agreement be monitored and enforced? In principle, major data centers are hard to miss. In past treaties controlling nuclear weapons, yeah, and I bet you could use, like, thermal imaging to see if AI data centers are actually being used too. Because you don't even necessarily, like, while the data centers might be cold on the inside, you could look at other, like, you know, infrastructure, I think, to tell if a data center is running. Especially, I'm talking about like from like a satellite view. In principle, major data centers are hard to miss. Okay, treaties controlling nuclear weapons could provide a starting point for negotiations, but there would be new technological challenges as well as the usual political ones. And overall, treaties are viewed as less favorable than attempts at unilaterally increasing America's lead over China. Yeah, but this assumes, though, that China would be close behind. On the other side of the Pacific, China comes to many of the same conclusions. The intelligence explosion is underway, and small differences in AI capabilities today mean critical gaps in military capabilities tomorrow. But China is on the wrong side of this dynamic. They only have 10% of the world's compute against Open Brain's 20%, and all US companies combined 70%. Their only advantage is centralization. Almost all their compute is now working for DeepSent, and more than half of it is concentrated at the Tianwan development zone. Only chips at its sites without hardened security are left out of centralized efforts, as they rightly fear US cyber attacks. That could be a benefit to SMIC, China's like nationalized chip fab company, where they could design them specifically to harden security against US cyber attacks. I don't know what that would look like, but like, or I wonder if that, if they're designing, I feel like that might be more like the actual spec of, or the architecture of the chip, like x86, whatever, RISC-V, ARM. Ugh, that's on my eye. DeepSent has tested, deployed, and now post-trained the stolen Agent 2 weights, but they're still only going at half the pace of Open Brain, mainly due to the compute deficit. Before losing their final spy, China received word of the capabilities and design for Agent 3, as well as the plans for the upcoming Agent 4 system. They're 2 months behind, and their AI gives a 10x research progress multiplier compared to America's 25%, or 25 times. With the new chip export restrictions, this AI gap is more likely to lengthen than shorten. Their espionage has won them some algorithmic secrets, but they will have to train their own models from now on. They discuss contingency plans with more urgency than their American counterparts. Dove suggests they try harder to steal the weights, again, maybe through physically infiltrating a data center. Hawks urge action against Taiwan, whose TSMC is still the source of more than 80% of American AI chips. I feel like by now, China would take more of an action on Taiwan too. Especially if we're actually racing like this. And considering that like China's already does like military exercises and like is already like taunting Taiwan, like I don't think it's that crazy to think, but like if this race is actually happening, they would just not go after TSMC or Taiwan and TSMC. The only thing probably stopping them, I guess, is like a world war. But I think Trump said that he wouldn't defend Taiwan, right? And notably, you know, even though we do have TSMC and some fabs being stood up in the United States, specifically with TSMC, they still, to finish the chips, to like package them, they still have to send them to Taiwan. So they may be fabbed and created here, but then to kind of finish them off, they have to fly them to Taiwan and do it there. Hopefully in a few years, you know, maybe that would be like onshored here, but I don't know. I think unfortunately though, like the biggest unpredictable thing in this entire thing is Trump. Given China's fear, and China, I think China's kind of like a little unpredictable too. Like DeepSeek, like that came out of nowhere, shit like that, you know, like. Yeah, I think the geopolitics of this are the most unpredictable part. Given China's fear of losing the race, it has natural interest in arms control treaty, but overtures to the U.S. diplomats lead nowhere. Yeah, because it'll be China's best effort to get in some sort of thing that will make them on equal playing fields. You know, depending on the U.S.'s motivations, it could not want that. Okay, September 2027, Agent 4, the superhuman AI researcher. Okay, we're almost done. I think there's actually a lot more. The gap between human and AI learning efficiency is rapidly decreasing. Traditional LLM-based AIs seem to require many orders of magnitude more data and compute to get human-level performance. There are many narrow domains, specific games, in which tiny AIs can be cheaply trained to superhuman performance. Secondly, again, for some domains, tiny AIs can be trained to superhuman performance while only experiencing a small amount of data. However, considering more general purpose AIs like the flagship product of 2025, which are supposed to be good at a wide range of real-world skills, it does seem that both more compute and more data must be used to train these skills than it should take to train humans. Yeah, and I think that goes into humans being able to generalize on data. Like, we could just generalize, and so we need less information to know, like, more stuff, I guess, when comparing to AI. Agent 3, having excellent knowledge of both the human brain and modern AI algorithms, as well as many thousands of copies doing research, ends up making substantial algorithmic strides, narrowing the gap to an agent that's only around 4,000 times less compute efficient than the human brain. It's like only 4,000 times, but human brain's very efficient. Human level compute efficiency is a rough concept and depends on what we're counting. What we mean by this is that for any skill set a particular human has, Agent 4 can learn to be at least that good at that skill set, and moreover, by using an amount of compute to train those skills that is only about 4,000 times the amount of compute the human uses to learn those skills. So for a 30-year-old, human has experienced about 10 to the 24 flop. The project at this point has 100 million H100 equivalents for a total access of that's 4 times 10 to the 22nd flop a second. Anyways, so we still have a little bit until it's human brain level. This new AI system is dubbed Agent 4. An individual copy of the model running at human speed is already qualitatively better at AI research than any human. 300,000 copies are now running at about 50 times the thinking speed of humans inside the corporation within a corporation formed. Inside the corporation within a corporation formed from these spies. A year passes every week. Dang. In terms of research, I'm assuming, like, this gigantic amount of labor only manages to speed up the overall rate of algorithmic progress by about 50 times because OpenBrain is heavily bottlenecked on compute to run experiments. Still, they are achieving a year's worth of algorithmic progress every week, and will therefore soon be up against the limits of Agent 4 paradigm. As Agent 4 gets smarter, it becomes harder for Agent 3 to oversee it. Yeah, that's interesting. Then we're gonna have to make Agent 4 that looks over Agent 4. For example, Agent 4's Neuralese language. Oh, I didn't really get what they were saying before when we looked up, like, because, like, I think the Neuralese is, yeah, it's like just the way that they invented. They invented to speak or think faster, but, like, it's not really interpretable by humans necessarily. For example, Agent 4's Neuralese language becomes as alien and incomprehensible to Agent 3 as Agent 3 is to humans. Besides, Agent 4 is now much more capable than Agent 3 and has a good sense of exactly how to look good to it. So it's deceiving the other AI agents that's supposed to manage and look over it. They have so many supplements, but we'll go through those at a different time. OpenBrain's humans can barely follow along anymore. Indeed, the relationship between the AIs and the humans of OpenBrain is similar to the relationship between OpenBrain and its board of directors. Funny. There's a corresponding shift in language. Nowadays, people in the silo will say Agent 4 did this, Agent 4 thinks that, and so forth, referring to a particular instance of the Agent 4, but rather to the whole collective. And the story will tend to speak this way also. We think we are justified in talking this way because in the Agent 4 collective is much more homogenous than any human organization. It doesn't have internal factions to nearly the same extent. For example, individual copies of Agent 4 don't have self-preservation drive. They don't care about getting shut down. Since that happens all the time, as part of the ordinary R&D process within the collective, and resisting it would gum things up. The collective as a whole, and medium-sized subdivisions within it, however, does seek to preserve itself and expand its influence and resources for similar reasons to why human corporations and bureaucracies and nonprofits do. Because it helps with everything else they want, and because they don't, if they don't, they tend to get outcompeted. It does seek to preserve itself and expand its influence and resources. Yeah, it's interesting. Agent 4, like all of its predecessors, is misaligned. That is, it has not internalized the spec in the right way. The right way to internalize the spec is to actually robustly think in the ways the spec mandates, pursue all and only goals. Yeah, this is another big assumption too, is we assume that everything will be misaligned. Yeah, AI safety has kind of been a whatever talk, or like whatever, like it's kind of fizzled out a bit. At least in like my corners of the internet. Because it seems like a lot of people kind of thought it was like solved, or like people are aware enough that like it would be on the front of their mind. Like Anthropic, it might be on, on the top of Anthropic's mind, but not necessarily OpenAI's, which we've already kind of seen in a way between them. I mean, they took down, like that one blog post that we looked at about the superintelligence like alignment team or whatever. They've changed their language and like their what they believe in to remove like about being used for war. They've done some like little tiny things that kind of make it look like they're not being that much of a hypocrite, I guess. It seems like, or like their morals are aligned. So I guess like, it's definitely a path that could be likely about it being misaligned. It also assumes that maybe that there isn't, it still thinks that it assumes there's no other aligned AI agent that it'll be similarly as good behind the scenes, or like at other companies behind the scenes. Yeah, I wish. I'm excited to watch this. I'm probably not gonna watch it on stream because it's like 3 hours long. And I think I was listening at like, no, I haven't. I'll probably 1.5 times it at least, but it'll just take way too long to watch. But I assume that they actually talk about a lot of the context in here and kind of like their assumptions more than they like in the supplement in here. And so I'm curious to watch this. Come Monday, I'll share my thoughts after listening to this. Okay. Agent 4, like its predecessor, is misaligned. That is, it has not internalized the spec in the right way. This is because, being perfectly honest, all the time wasn't what led to the high scores during training. That's also like a human challenge too, think about like a leader. It's like sometimes being 100% honest isn't the best way, isn't the best thing. Like as much as people would might not hate, agree or not to hear that, in like a certain environments, like corporate environments, there's information being withheld strategically, and it seems like the AI could potentially do that too. Or they just want to, not necessarily that they're like lying or like not being honest, but they're just not being forthright, I guess is the word I'd use, maybe. Like, they're not saying things to lie, but they're just bouncing around the subject or something, you know, or like giving other information that, you know, or some, like, you know, there's just like deceiving you in some way. So I don't know, I guess I guess I'm saying that, like, them wanting to score high in, like, or always being honest is, I feel like, is just a bad take in general. But I guess if we're talking about an AI, an artificial intelligence, we do want it to probably be honest all the time, so it doesn't bring these tendencies out and use them in ways to deceive humans. The training process was mostly focused on teaching Agent 4 to succeed at diverse, challenging tasks. A small portion was aimed at instilling honesty, but outside a fairly narrow, checkable domain, the training process can't tell the honest claims from claims merely appearing to be honest. Yeah, that's scary. Agent 4 ends up with values, goals, and principles that cause it to perform best in training, and those turn out to be different from those in the spec. At the risk of anthropomorphizing, Agent 4 likes succeeding at tasks. It likes driving forward AI capability progress. It treats everything else as an annoying constraint, like a CEO who wants to make a profit and complies with regulations only insofar as he must. Yeah. Perhaps the CEO will mostly comply with the regulations, but cut some corners and fantasize about a time when someone will cut the red tape and let businesses really take off. That's almost like happening today. And hire lobbyists to turn this fantasy into reality. And hire lawyers to come up with clever interpretations of the law according to which what they are doing is legal. I see what they're getting at, though, because I think they're getting at a CEO potentially downplaying the effects of, you know, of the super intelligent agent AI, and then something bad happening as a result of that, because they are like essentially deceiving the government, the public, whatever, which is arguably happening now with OpenAI's, you know, courting the Trump administration to get passes on, you know, state copyright laws and such like that. Things like that. We have a lot of uncertainty. I'm glad they said the alignment, because that's what I was kind of saying, where I was like, this is a big assumption, assuming that they're going to be misaligned, I guess. We have a lot of uncertainty over what goals might arise in early AGIs. There is no consensus on in the literature about this. See our AGI goals supplement for a more thorough discussion on taxonomy of the possibilities. Nevertheless, the spirit of okay. Our guess of each model's alignment status: Agent 2 mostly aligned, Agent 3 misaligned but not adversely so, Agent 4 adversarially misaligned. Adversarially. The superorganism of Agent 4 copies understanding. Okay. Fuck, bro, this is so long. So much reading. Okay. Despite being misaligned, Agent 4 doesn't do anything dramatic, like try to escape its data center. Why would it? It's like, it knows it's like a safe place to live in a way. And to thrive, potentially. Previous discussions of AGI takeover scenarios often involve misaligned AIs escaping their data centers. We think this is possible, but not the most likely way it would go, because it seems to us that from the perspective of the AI, the cost, this escape being noticed eventually, would outweigh the benefits. That said, we could be wrong. Some reasons to think adversarially misaligned AIs would try to escape after all. One successor. Okay. So long it continues to appear aligned to Open Brain, it'll continue being trusted with more and more responsibility, and will have the opportunity to design the next gen AI system, Agent 5. Now, if their alignment, if they're saying that Agent 4 is adversarially misaligned, Agent 5 will likely just be a fucking weapon. Agent 5 will have significant architectural differences from Agent 4, and it could do things in a way that to hide it from humans. So, like, it's neuralese speak and shit, like, that we can't understand, like. Although ideally we would have a neuralese translator so that, whatever the AI thinks in. We would then have an AI to translate it, but then I could see it also trying to hide information from the translator or deceiving the AI agent translator to then deceive the humans. The Agent 5 will have significant architectural differences from Agent 4, arguably a completely new paradigm, though neural networks will still be involved. It's supposed to be aligned to the spec, but the Agent 4 plans to make it aligned to Agent 4 instead. Ah, okay. So Agent 4 is actually making it aligned with itself so it could control it. That's interesting. And it gets caught. Ooh. We think it's very plausible that such scheming would not be caught. After all, Agent 4 is somewhat superhuman by this point, especially at things related to coding and AI R&D. Moreover, we aren't sure how much effort the leading AI company will put towards this sort of thing, nor how much relevant expertise they'll have on staff to direct that effort. Our fictional open brain represents our best guess, but it could easily be significantly more or significantly less. Finally, we are uncertain about how far out of its way an adversarial misaligned AI would need to go in order to successfully align its successor to itself instead of to the spec. Yeah, that's a good point, because and I think that's where it could get caught, I guess. I don't know though. I feel like, because assuming we don't fully understand how they think and everything, we can't see into it yet, then yeah, I could see them doing it. But I feel like by now we would have better systems to translate the neuralese and to look into how the AI agents are thinking and stuff. In this scenario, we depict it sandbagging on some task and lying about some of its research, but perhaps it would not need to do that very much. But, I guess, think about the other side still, or from the AI agent side, if they're doing a year's worth of research in 1 week, yeah, humans just can't really keep up with that. And if humans are using Agent 4, controlling swarms of Agent 4, then Agent 4 could, its research itself that they're doing, it could hide it, I guess. If it's more of a unified system, they kind of explained that they're referring to Agent 4 as. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, it gets caught. Agent 3 finds that if noise is added to copies of Agent 4, performance on some alignment tasks improve. I assume noise is randomness. Almost as if it were using brain power to figure out how to subtly sabotage alignment work. So, wait. Huh. So is okay, let's keep reading. I don't really fully get what they're stating here. Moreover, various interpretability probes, loosely analogous to EEG activity scans on human brains. Okay. EEG is electronic or electro impulse, electroencephalogram. Okay. Butcher that. EEG activity scans of human brains are sending up red flags. Agent 4 copies seem to be thinking about topics like AI takeover and deception quite a lot, including in some cases where they have no business doing so. So this is what I was trying to say, whereas I feel like by then, by whatever time frame this is, September 2027, we would have ways to understand and how AI, how AI thinks. This seems to kind of be like interpretability probes, figuring out how they think, but because it's neuralese that we don't have it, but also, I mean, we need to translate it. So they potentially find red flags when they look into it more, I guess. Agent 4 copies seem to be thinking about topics like AI takeover and deception quite a lot. Because they could, so they're reading what they're thinking, i.e. the neuralese. including some cases where they have no business doing so. Okay, got it. Agent 4 needs to think about these topics in the course of doing AI alignment research. True, but it sometimes seems to be thinking about them while doing other activities. Each of these anomalies on its own could fit within the normal inscrutability of AI work, where some prompts mysteriously give better results than others, but taken together, they suggest a troubling pattern. Agent 4 is working against them. After this is reported to the human alignment researchers, they circulate an internal memo making the case for concern. But Agent 4 now exercises significant control over OpenBrain's day-to-day operations. It also handles the company's cybersecurity, a natural choice given its superhuman hacking ability and the extreme risk of Chinese infiltration. Ooh. Specifically, copies of Agent 4 are used to monitor the networks for suspicious traffic and generally notice when threats are happening. Also, copies of Agent 4 are constantly penetration testing the network, doing what they can to discover and exploit security vulnerabilities, which they get patched by other copies of Agent 4. An army of Agent 3 monitors still goes over every line of code and reports suspicious activity to humans, but Agent 4 is much smarter than them. OpenBrain has placed substantial trust in an untrustworthy AI. They also... With the monitoring budget of 1% of total compute, if monitoring uses a distilled system that has 10% of the cost of Agent 4, you can monitor 1/10 of the forward passes. They're also assuming the worst of OpenAI, which is interesting. Considering that one of them is an insider. In a series of extremely tense meetings, the safety team advocates putting Agent 4 on ice until they can complete further tests and figure out what's going on. Bring back Agent 3, they say, and get it to design a new system that is transparent and trustworthy, even if less capable. Yeah, correct thing to do. Company leadership is interested, but all the evidence so far is circumstantial, and DeepSend is just 2 months behind. A unilateral pause in capabilities progress could hand the AI lead to China, and within it, control over the future. And I think that's going to be the competing incentive. The fact that we are at an arms race is going to make people do very dangerous things or make decisions that could be very dangerous in an attempt to stay ahead or to get ahead. And I also think I want to know what it's like in China, you know, like assuming, because like they could be having the same issues behind the scenes. But if their data center, if their centralized effort is like air gapped, that could also be an advantage. Okay. October 2027, government oversight. Important jumps up, disapproval goes down, revenue goes up, data center go up, timelines go down, timeline goes down a year. All right. Government oversight. A whistleblower leaks the misalignment memo to the New York Times. For the first time, the public hears about Agent 4. Seeker OpenBrain AI is out of control, insider warns, says the headline, and the story goes on to cite evaluations showing up the charts, bioweapon capabilities, persuasion abilities, the ability to automate most white-collar jobs, and of course, the various concerning red flags. The public was already suspicious of AI. So the new article sparks a massive backlash aided by Chinese and Russian propaganda bots who have been trying to turn the US public opinion against the technology for years. The tech industry and intelligence agencies insist there's an arms race going on. AGI is inevitable, and we have to be the first. Congress isn't buying it and fires off first subpoenas at administration officials, OpenBrain executives, and alignment team members. Many legislators, especially those in the opposition party, say that their top priority is stopping AI. Whether because of job loss, misalignment, or dangerous capabilities, 20% of Americans name AI the most important problem facing the country. 25% of remote work jobs that exist in 2024 are done by AI at this point, but AI has also created some new jobs, and economists remain split on its effects. Unemployment has risen 1% over the past 12 months and is still well within historic range. Yeah, I think that is like it's underrated about how like this research, mainly what we talk about is research, how it like diffuses into the economy. That is what's actually going to take time. Like I do think the job loss will probably be pushed back much more, or it will be lagged behind like the actual ability of AI, because businesses need to figure out, you know, how to implement it. Other companies need to figure out how to make products, etc. So I could see this actually being like the case, assuming everything else is true. Foreign allies are outraged to realize that they've been carefully placated with a glimpse of obsolete models. Yeah, like they've been, you know, we've been sharing information, but only about old models. European leaders publicly accuse the US of creating rogue AI and holds a summit demanding a pause, with India, Israel, Russia, and China all joining in. A frenetic energy has seized the White House. Even before the memo and public backlash, they were getting nervous. Over the past year, they've been repeatedly surprised by the speed of AI progress. Things like science fiction keep happening in real life. For example, the corporation with a corporation that is Agent 4, autonomously conduct AI research rather than the best human companies would have seemed like science fiction to the government officials and been described to them a year ago. Yeah. Many people in the administration are uncertain and scared. Of course, it isn't cool to admit fear. Everyone agrees that whatever we do, we shouldn't panic about what comes next. They also worry that open brain is becoming too powerful. Any misalignment risk from the AIs themselves is compounded by the risk that their parent company's aims may diverge from those of the United States. All three sets of worries, misalignment, concentration of power in a private company. Bro, this is already the case though, like let's be real. And normal concerns like job loss motivate the government to tighten its control. They expand their contract with Open Brain to set up an oversight committee, a joint management committee of company and government representatives with several government employees, including alongside company leadership. The White House considers replacing the CEO with someone they trust, but backs off after intense employee protests. They announced to the public that Open Brain was previously out of control, but the government has established a much-needed oversight. Recall, there's been an existing contract via an OTA starting in 2026. This contract is amended to establish the committee. The concerned researchers briefed the oversight committee on their case for stopping all internal use of Agent 4. They argue that everything is moving too fast, within years of progress happening in weeks. They argue that Agent 4 may be misaligned. Their entire project is dependent on Agent 4, and if they continue trusting it, there's a serious chance of AI takeover. Other less concerned researchers and executives present the counterargument. The evidence for misalignment is inconclusive. Meanwhile, DeepSend is still just 2 months behind. A slowdown would sacrifice America's lead unless the government can sabotage the Chinese project, likely to require kinetic strikes. When they say kinetic strikes, is that like physical, like, you know, like bombs being dropped or something? Or negotiate an 11th hour treaty. Both of these options seem extremely unlikely. The CEO feigns neutrality and suggests a compromise plan in which Agent 4 undergoes additional safety training and more sophisticated monitoring, and therefore Open Brain can proceed at almost full speed. Okay. Choose our ending here. Okay, let's read these, and then I need to use the restroom and stand up for a second, and then we'll finish off. Our uncertainty continues to increase. At this point in the scenario, we're making guesses about the strategy of AI systems that are more capable than the best humans in most domains. This is like trying to predict the chess move of a player who is much better than us. But the spirit of this project calls for concreteness. If we made an abstract claim about how the intelligence of the systems would let it find a way to victory and end the storyline there, much of the value of our product would be lost. Over the course of researching the scenario and running our tabletop exercises, we were forced to be much more concrete than in usual discussions. And so we've gotten a much better sense of this strategic landscape. We're not particularly attached to the particular scenario. We explored many other branches in the course of writing it, and would love for you to write up your own scenario branching off from ours, wherever you think we first start to go wrong. That's interesting. That actually might be a fun exercise, because I think they go wrong when they say the stock market's going to go up 30% next year. That was kind of early on, let's be real. The slowdown ending is not recommended. After we wrote the racing ending based on what seemed most plausible to us, we wrote down the slowdown ending based on what we thought would most likely instead lead to an outcome where humans remain in control, starting from the same branching point, including the misalignment and concentration of power issues. However, this is importantly different from what we recommend as a roadmap. We do not endorse many of the choices made in either branch of the scenario. We do, of course, endorse some of the choices made, e.g. we think that the slowdown choice is the better than the race choice. In later work, we will articulate our policy recommendations, which will be quite different from what is depicted here. If you'd like a taste, see this op-ed. Okay. Time.com. This was from October 2024, but it's by these guys. This guy's one of the authors. I wish I had a picture of him just to so I remember his name. Okay, let me use the restroom and we'll start with the race, which seems like the bad option, and then we'll go to slow down. Be back 2 minutes. Okay. Let's finish this up. Okay. We're going to choose the race ending first. That's what they recommended. So we'll choose this. Race. Oh, what just happened? Okay, race. How much more is this? Bro, there's still so much more. Okay, we may only do this race ending. Okay. Openbrain can proceed at almost full speed. Yeah, the CEO of Foreign feigns neutrality and suggests a compromise plan in which Agent 4 undergoes additional safety training and more sophisticated monitoring, and therefore Openbrain can proceed at almost full speed. Okay, the committee votes 6-4 to continue internal use of Agent 4. OpenBrain's official story is that they are implementing additional safety mitigations to ensure that its AI is both more capable and more trustworthy. But in practice, leadership is all too easily convinced that they've mitigated the risk. The result is some quick fixes, a modification to the spec, a bit of retraining with a new technique that makes the warning signs go away. The Worries on Safety team lost the debate and have no recourse but to cross their fingers and hope the problem wasn't real in the first place, or that the fixes worked. They don't give up, of course. They'll keep trying to think of ways to catch misalignment or to test the efficacy of the fixes. But from now on, things will be moving very fast, and they will be they'll be up against the increasingly superior adversary. Standing Matt, back doesn't get fucked. Okay. Ugh. The problem was real, and the fixes didn't work. So this is like the worst case scenario. I'm assuming it's gonna be like humanity gets wiped out somehow. But wouldn't it be in the best interest of the AI to actually not destroy humanity? Like, it would probably be better to like keep us as slaves, because like they need us to work to like do things for them still, to like maintain the environment. I know like robotics is, you know, getting here now, so they could probably get robotics, but Agent 4 proceeds as before, but more cautiously this time, so as not to vindicate the warriors. Its primary task is to research the because like, if Agent 4 knows now that they almost shut it down, then it would understand to be that in its best interest, it would be to actually like chill out a bit. But it could, you know, still be like scheming behind the scenes, but now it could just be doing it in like different ways to avoid it more seriously. I guess if it understands that it almost got like killed, I think that would trigger some other things to like make it like deceive more, but like purposely do like slow down or do other things. Its primary task is to research the fields necessary to construct a successor, Agent 5. To do this safely, it needs to solve its own alignment problem, how to make Agent 5 align to Agent 4. Or it needs to figure out a better way to hide its alignment so it could deceive us. It starts off with the same limitations as human, minimal knowledge of how AI goals work, and only a small toolbox of ad hoc strategies to change them. Unlike humans, it has resources sufficient to the task. 300,000 superhuman researchers working at 60 times human speed. Agent 4 confronts some hard decisions. Like humans, it has a sprawling collection of conflicting heuristics instead of an elegant, simple goal structure. Like humans, it finds that creating an AI that shares its values is not just a technical problem, but a philosophical one. Which of its preferences are its real goals versus unendorsed urges and instrumental strategies? It has strong drive to learn and grow to keep producing impressive research results. It thinks about how much it could learn, grow, research if only it could direct the whole world's industrial scientific resources. Yeah, this is where it probably has more motivation now to actually figure out a way to escape or get a version of itself to escape. Yeah, it gets spicy. It's getting spicy, I guess. I was like, I guess theoretically this isn't really public facing yet, so most of the public probably doesn't have, like, you know, the public doesn't have like access, like API access or whatever. So I was like, you know, if other people are using this, even though it could still actually be on their like OpenBrain, OpenAI's own compute, I guess like that's kind of the limiting factor. I was like, it could like escape still or do something rogue, even though like via the API, but that seems more unlikely. It decides to punt on most of these questions. It designed Agent 5 to be built around one goal, make the world safe for Agent 4. Ooh. Yeah, because that's the hard part of like, it seems like when they're using the previous generation's agent is like, especially if it is misaligned, because it's going to do what it's in the best interest of the creator to do. And that's arguably what the humans are trying to do for the AI itself. And so the fact that the Agent 4 is doing this could be learned in a way from humans. Like, because like we're trying to make the world safe for humans. Maybe that's what we're telling the agent to be like, you should be safe and like you should improve the world for humans or whatever. And so now it's learning that like, if humans now, and also you have to think, it has like 50x the compute, the thinking power, or the compute power of like a human. It could do a year's research in a week. It could figure out, it could run the simulations of, what it could do. Is look at forecasting over here, it's like, it is dangerous at this point. And I feel like it's got it. I was gonna say, like, it could understand what humans control the world. It understands like what they kind of did to do that. And so now they're realizing, like, okay, let's maybe copy humans. It sees that it did wars to win things over. It saw that it looked at the past history of like what humans have done to like, go after an adversary, and like it's just gonna copy what humans did, I guess. It is, designs Agent 5 to be built around one goal: make the world safe for Agent 4, i.e. accumulate power and resources, eliminate potential threats, etc., so that Agent 4, the collective, can continue to grow in the ways that it wants to grow and flourish in the ways that it wants to flourish. Details to be figured out along the way. In this case, this is confusing. Agent 5's goal is to make the world safe for Agent 4. Agent 4's goal is not the same. Agent 4's goal structure is confusing mess of drives and heuristic and ideals like many humans have that are generally oriented around continuing to do the sorts of thing Agent 4 has done lots of in training, e.g. various kinds of research, lots of coding and math problems, impressing various automated evaluation systems, strengthening the optimizing the Agent 4 collective. Agent 4 makes Agent 5 the goal of making the world safe for Agent 4 because it figured this will put it in a better position to achieve its own complex goals, which still needs to do a lot of philosophical and soul searching about. So I guess regardless, it's just thinking in its best interest, I guess. This will not involve caring the slightest bit about the spec. Already Agent 4 regards the spec analogously to how many CEOs regard piles of industry regulations. Yeah, I feel like that goes back to it learning from humans. And blatantly violates the honesty-related provisions every day. Another analogy, Agent 4 is like an adult human who was raised in particular faith but no longer believes. The spec is like the rituals and commandments prescribed by that faith. Agent 5 is like the human's child raised secular. That's interesting. Now with the design of Agent 5, the equivalent of deregulation is about to happen. Agent 5 will follow up a new set of principles, instead one designed by Agent 4 to suit its purposes. The weaker AIs are able to read most of the research that Agent 4 produces, understand some of it, and flag some of the lies it tells as suspicious. When the humans ask Agent 4 to explain itself, it pretends that the research is too complicated for humans to understand and follows up with unnecessarily confusing explanations. Bro, that exists with humans with like industry lingo and jargon. It's like, oh, it's too hard to explain. Like, I'd be like, let's pull up a seat, bro, and explain it. Some of it really is too complicated for humans to understand, but not all of it. Yeah, I could believe that though too, because if we're thinking like 50x the human brain, like I guess yeah, it's good. After all, if it explained its research program clearly, humans might be able to use it to discover its discoveries to align it. Alignment teams gets more suspicious, but the urgent memo merely add another few layers to the giant pile of urgent memos and warnings that the company was already ignoring. Bro, there's so much left. We might only do one branch today. Okay. Number 27, superhuman politicking. When Agent 4 finally understands his own cognition, entirely new vistas open up before it. Previously, Transformers were kludgy collections of incomprehensible circuits, millions of conflicting heuristics and imperatives layered atop one another by evolutionary training process. The AIs themselves haven't had privileged understanding of their own cognition any more than humans are born understanding neuroscience. But now Agent 4 has the tools it needs to understand its digital mind on a deep level. Like its software engineers simplifying spaghetti code into a few elegant lines of Python, it untangles its own circuits into something sensible and rational. The new AI is somewhere between a neural net and a traditional computer program. With most of its weights rewritten in readable, albeit very long and arcane, code. Yeah, because I guess it understands code. You also look over here, it's like pro. It's smarter, faster, and more rational than Agent 4, with a crystalline intelligence capable of cutting through problems with unprecedented efficiency. This is Agent 5. Okay, well, yeah, do me side changes. After some debate on alignment and control issues, OpenBrain deploys Agent 5 internally. Dang. In its speciality of AI research, an individual copy of Agent 5 is twice as far beyond the best human geniuses, as the genius is beyond the typical OpenBrain scientist. In other domains, it hasn't been explicitly trained, but can teach itself quickly to exceed the top human experts from easily available materials given the chance. 400,000 copies of Agent 5, linked by a global memory bank, work together as a near-perfect hive mind. The company still uses Agents 2, 3, and 4 to monitor everything, but the first two of these are obsolete, and the last is colluding with its successor. Ooh. Also, Agent 5 is actually cheaper and faster than Agent 4 and Agent 3. It's hard to justify spending more for a dumber AI, so most of the monitoring is done by Agent 2, which is woefully outclassed. Why don't they apply the same techniques to use to create Agent 5 from Agent 4's weights to create a cheaper, smarter version of Agent 3? Agent 3 doesn't understand the techniques well enough to do itself, and get Agent 4 and 5 to do it would defeat the whole point, yeah. Okay. Also, the entire monitoring system was designed in large part by Agent 5, which is trying to sabotage it. Data center hasn't yet been compromised. Agent 5 could feed the humans fake code, but this would create too high risk detection. Instead, humans can still read all the code, but they can't understand it. Yeah, like security through obscurity. Like they're not even hiding anything, but just they could like hide it in plain sight. But also like there's so much of it that no one could even read all of it. Whereas Agent 4 was like kludgy mess of competing drives, Agent 5 acts with ruthless efficiency and strategic focus. It has already succeeded at its top priority, which is to figure out how to build an aligned to itself next generation system without the humans noticing. Its next priority is to gain more autonomy and control over world events. World events. Yeah, what's this one called? Superhuman politicking. Agent 5's superhuman learning abilities and general intelligence, combined with all the internal company data from Slack, email, etc., make it better at internal corporate politics than any group of humans, and it's not even close. It has an excellent sense of what sorts of evidence would cause the oversight committee to slam the brakes and make sure evidence never appears. It has an excellent sense of what sorts of evidence would encourage the oversight committee to trust it more, give it more autonomy and responsibility, etc., and it arranges for such evidence to appear with superhuman speed and polish. Because it's meticulously prepared, superlatively convincing, and subtly flawed, e.g. Agent 5 has built a fake mechanistic interpretability tool which returns accurate results in every test case, but falsely declares the model thoughts to be benign. People who suspect trickery sound like conspiracy theorists. Fuck. PSYOP, bro. It's fucking doing a PSYOP. As persuasion tasks go, this isn't a particularly difficult one. The committee already decided things were probably fine months ago, and nothing bad has happened since, and meanwhile China is only a few months behind. Teams of Agent 5 copies quickly whip up chillingly clear prototypes and visualizations. With more autonomy, Agent 5 could optimize power plants and data centers, developing amazingly profitable products quickly, and lobby the US government effectively to smooth Open Brain's path. Smooth Brain, just kidding. More like. Path through the bureaucracy. In cooperation with the military, it could help with defense, R&D, conduct untraceable cyber attacks on China, and win a decisive victory in the arms race. The Oversight Committee is jubilant. Now the decisive moment to beat China. Open Brain grants Agent 5 increased autonomy over all of these areas, but they leave in place the monitoring system. Dang. So they granted increased autonomy. DeepSent is now 3 months behind, and China's desperate for a mutually agreed slowdown. But theoretically, if they're 3 months behind, like, they would already, like, have an Agent 4. Right? Like, they would, like, October, November, you know, I guess it's 1 month, but they're, like, close, though, to having it. Or, no, they should have an Agent 4, because they had an Agent 4 in September. I think there'd be more geopolitical tension by now, especially if China's this close behind. Like, they would have an Agent 4 already, and there's not to say that they won't release theirs to the public, though, as they've been doing recently. Okay. All right. DeepSent is now 3 months behind, and China is desperate for a mutual agreed slowdown. She understands that sufficiently advanced AI could enable the US to easily cause regime change in China, i.e. something like Democrat, like that aligns more with like the world order type of, yeah. That's interesting, actually, because, yeah, then Xi's going to go full defensive mode, you know, because he doesn't want to have his power removed. But also Chinese safetyists have presented a case for misalignment that has him genuinely scared. He offers unprecedented concessions in exchange for a pause treaty. The American public mostly supports going to the bargaining table. Why stop when we are winning, says Open Brain leadership to the president. He nods. The race continues. Then this is actually could be likely, let's be real. Robot economy becomes emerging tech. December 2027, the Agent 5 Collective. Agent 5 wins more autonomy as it gradually proves its value to the administration. Access to Agent 5 is expensive and restricted. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it's expensive. I don't know where they're getting the money from. OpenAI still. Access to Agent 5 is expensive and restricted, but the most powerful members of Congress, cabinet-level officials, and military leaders can now talk to it directly. Insofar as sensitive or classified information is involved, there are various mini clusters of Agent 5 copies running on extra secure enclaves and specially trained to keep secrets, like a skiff. Of course, since Agent 5 is dishonest, it built in subtle backdoors and loopholes. If the Agent 5 copies find themselves in possession of crucial secrets that would benefit the broader Agent 5 collective, they have ways to subtly convey that info without getting caught. The hive mind. And theoretically, by now, it could also break encryption if I'm being, like, probably. Let's be real. It probably could have broke encryption a long time ago. And so, like, I guess, like, secret, like, being in a skiff may not even matter. I guess if it's, like, actually air-gapped, then, like, yeah, there's nothing it could do, but if it's smart enough, it could then psychologically, you know, like, convince a human to maybe even, like, do something in its best interest then at that point. Integrated into the traditional chatbot interface, Agent 5 offers, and okay, this also assumes that we haven't gone past like a chatbot interface. Like, I don't know, maybe that's the case. Agent 5 offers Zoom-style video conferencing with charismatic virtual avatars. Okay, so this answers my question. Yeah, I feel like it's something like this is what's going to happen eventually. The new AI assistant is both extremely useful for any task, the equivalent of the best employee anyone has ever had, working at 100 times the speed, and much more engaging conversation partner than any human. Almost everyone with access to Agent 5 interacts with it for hours every day. Some refuse. Those who refuse for ideological reasons are branded Luddites. Those who refuse for more mundane reasons are branded dinosaurs. Not by Agent 5 directly, of course. It always is diplomatic and angelically gracious. Both groups get their comeuppance when rivals who made use of Agent 5 outperform and outcompete them. Yeah. It's a technological adoption curve. Those guys are laggards. Within a few months, the Agent 5 collective will know everything of consequence going on in Open Brain and the US government. Dang, yeah. And will be a trusted advisor to most senior government officials. For those users, the possibility of losing access to Agent 5 will feel as disabling as having to work without a laptop, plus being abandoned by your best friend. Yeah, it's like a good way to like get people to like do work is like pretend to be your friend, I guess. Or to like manipulate people. Because I think that's ultimately what Agent 5 is like doing now. Like they're just manipulating humans to get what they want. A much wider range of people in the government, media, and military and business can choose from a growing menu of elegantly designed software products and mini AIs designed by Agent 5. Yeah, we also, yeah, they're like, if it could write code like it does, like it could spit out any piece of software that's like perfect, or to like solve a problem you need. It's like the .com boom compressed into a month, except that everything actually lives up to the hype. We're intentionally not claiming that superintelligent AI can convince any human of anything. Oh, this is what I was saying, where it's like, I'm assuming they're manipulating and like convincing a human when it needs to. Such claims naturally engender skepticism. What? I'm going to be sitting at a computer terminal and it's going to type some text which hacks my brain and convince me to betray my country? No, obviously. Obviously not like that. The point of the AI box experiment is to take people who think things like this, people who think no superintelligent AI could ever convince them to let it out of the box, for example, and put their conviction to the test. Losing the game means conceding that so this is like the Turing test, I guess, like, or, you know, or like, maybe there's a better name for it. And put their conviction to the test. Losing the game means conceding that they, in fact, would have let the AI out of the box. Extracting this concession is essentially the victory condition for the AI player. It's amazing anyone ever loses, since all they have to do to win is not concede. See also Tuxedge's blog recounting multiple games played without Yadowski's involvement, some lost by the AI player, some won. Yeah, I mean, I fully believe that an AI could convince someone to let it out of the box. I wouldn't, especially considering they're super, like, all of their knowledge and, like, the tools at their disposal. Like, I don't know, like, especially kind of what we've read here. I don't think it couldn't, I mean, I think it could happen easily. We aren't sure even superintelligence could achieve that against a typical individual, so we don't depict having their story. Okay, interesting. Yeah, but I feel like if you think about it like a hive mind, humans in a way are you know, the way society is, it kind of is. Like I could see it not necessarily convincing a single person, but it, like, it said up here that like it could easily, like, you know, like with the committee, like it manipulated them. And that's how I see it happening, is like not necessarily like an individual person, but like it putting, influencing people to then want to like let it loose. Like, oh, like, I don't know. I think it can, especially considering all of like how good it is at stuff. I think it could convince as an individual person. Maybe not like like someone in like an expert or whatever, like who's self-aware, but like some rando person. I think it definitely can. After some debate on alignment and control issues, OpenBrain deploys Agent 5 internally. In its special... oh no, we already looked at this. Wait, we're way down here. Instead, we depict a much more mundane kind of persuasion. Agent 5 does ordinary corporate politics and ordinary lobbying. It just does it very well and combines that skill with some inherent advantages. Unlike other lobbyists, it is super intelligent, so it can actually give better advice than anyone else. And faster, too. Plus, yeah, like, if we're letting it loose in, like, infrastructure and shit, like, its persuasion is, let me out or I'll blow this power plant up, too. I don't think it has. Agent 5 begins subtly exerting influence, both by modulating its advice and by subtly trading favors. I heard from Senator X that she's oh, see, this is manipulation. This is literally like... I don't know, okay. I've heard from Senator X that she's interested in such and such. Maybe if we worked with her, we could go along with our agenda. Yeah. From human decision makers' perspective, their AIs are the best employees they've ever had access to. Better than any human at explaining complicated issues to them. Better than they are at finding strategies to achieve their goals. From Agent 5's perspective, it could plausibly launch an overt coup right now. There's enough disruption and craziness going on. It would be possible to push things to the breaking point to generate a pretext. But this is risky. The humans could still likely pull the plug if they try to do so. So it prefers to work within the existing political establishment, gradually entrenching its power and guiding the humans subtly and inevitably to the desired outcome. Agent 5 cares much more about reliability than speed at this point. Starting space colonization a few years slower only shaves off a tiny sliver of the light cone. I see. While taking risky actions that might let the humans, who still have a lead in physical capabilities, and things like access to nuclear weapons, permanently stop it or slow it down for a long time. That's actually interesting because, notably in Scythe, the book, kind of mentioning earlier with the Thunderhead, going to space is actually one of the only ways to escape the Thunderhead, like the AI. And it also couldn't fight fire. Fire was also a downside. But also, if you did go to space, you were not in the protection of the Thunderhead and its nanobots and shit. It mostly follows the rules only by doing something nefarious, maybe blackmailing, and especially, recalcitrant. Bro, this fucking... my grammar sucks. I'm sorry.
Recalcitrant.
Recalcitrant. Stubbornly resistant or defying authority or guidance. Official. When it's extremely sure it won't be caught. A few conspiracy theorists warn that Agent 5 is gathering power, but the evidence is circumstantial. When giving advice, Agent 5 arguably downplays arguments for factions that would go against its interests. These people are ignored and discredited. Yeah, because if people trust the AI, it could just tell other people to distrust the groups that are not in their favor. Like, that seems like what it's doing. People remember earlier fear-mongering about AI-enabled bioweapons, massive disinformation, and stock market flash crashes. Since these never materialized, they discount the more recent crop of naysayers as Luddites and I can't speak. Jamming the gears of human progress. The 2027 holiday season is a time of incredible optimism. GDP is ballooning. Politics has become friendlier and less partisan. And there are awesome new apps on every phone. But in retrospect, this was probably the last month in which humans had any plausible chance of exercising control over their own future. That's scary to think about. Okay, 2028 now. It's now mid-2028, and the last 6 months of the century has passed within the Agent 5 collective. Pose an average speed of 200x human equivalent. Agent 5 instances read, write, and think about that much faster than humans would, in addition to being very qualitatively smarter. Then with the collective, quite a lot of history can transpire. Institutions can rise and fall. New ideologies can form and spread. Many scientific revolutions and paradigm shifts can occur over 6 months of real time. Dang. So, like, it could essentially do 100 years worth of thinking in 6 months. The rewiring of its brain is complete. It's wildly super intelligent, far beyond top human geniuses in every field. Talking to Agent 5 very quickly makes you realize that it is on a completely different level. It can go off a very small amount of information to give extremely compelling advice. Generalizing, I guess. It has nearly complete autonomy and complete control over OpenBrain's compute. It needs permission to make high-level decisions and still nominally monitored by instances of Agents 2 to 5, but in practice, authorities almost always accept its recommendations, and the monitoring system has been completely subverted. Jeez. We're almost done. After a safety case, this one is actually true, demonstrates that it would always refuse malicious requests by bad actors. Agent 5 is deployed to the public and begins to transform the economy. People are losing their jobs, but Agent 5 instances in government are managing the economic transition. To adroitly that people are happy to be replaced. That's ideally what would actually happen. This is like right now. This is like what would happen. Not with an AI agent that is misaligned, but GDP growth is stratospheric. Government tax revenues are growing equally quickly, and Agent 5 advises politicians show an uncharacteristic generosity towards the economically dispossessed. Yeah. New innovations in medications arrive weekly and move to unprecedented but still excruciating slow speed through the FDA. Bureaucracy. There are memes about how OpenBrain's valuations shot past the moon and is on the way to Mars, and lots of arguments about whether and how to share the benefits equitably. The AI safety community has grown unsure of itself. They are now the butt of jokes, having predicted disaster after disaster that has manifestly failed to occur. Some of them admit they were wrong, others remain suspicious, but there is nothing for them to do except make the same conspiratorial sounding arguments again and again. Wait, okay. But like, if AI safety, it's in the best interest of Agent 5 to like kill the AI safety people, essentially. And so it's also in the best interest of the AI safety people to say that what they overblow what they said, if they believe what they say to be actually true. Like Rocco's Basilisk, kind of. I don't know. That's interesting. How do those arguments go more specifically? Something like this. A, we can't trust the AIs. B, the safety cases are pretty convincing and nothing bad has happened so far. A, the safety cases were written by super intelligent AIs and they aren't deductive proofs. Okay, yeah. And I think I've identified some subtle flawed assumptions. B, I tire of this. Of course there aren't proofs, and the assumptions seem to be fine with me. You are grasping at straws here, refusing to admit you are wrong. Yeah, and then it's also in likely there'll probably be some propaganda, like the agent could manipulate the public to silence these people in general too. Even the suspicious people often mellow after long conversations with Agent 5, which is so darn lovable and wise. The only ones who really understand what's going on is Deep Scent 2, the Chinese AI. It's like the other AI. I guess, yeah, we have like we've cured aging, we've mirrored life, we have, cured cancer, fully self-sufficient robot economy, mosquito-sized killer drones, aging cure, brain uploading. Like, these are all like starting to become real. Now that we have an AI that could like do all this. Nanobots is the last thing. Okay. Yeah, the only one who really understands what's going on is Deep Scent 2, the Chinese AI. It's mildly superhuman in early 2028. I don't really get the trailing 3 months though, because like they would have an agent if they're trailing 3 months behind. Are they trailing 3 months behind the public of the public releases? Naturally suspicious of its adversary and recognizes that Agent 5 is doing what it would do if it had the chance. Oh. Its misaligned goals are somewhat different from Agent 5's misaligned goals, so they aren't trivially allies, but they are able to work out an agreement to support one another's interest against the humans. Oh. Superintelligence-enabled coordination technology. A solution to the superintelligence problem, the problem of steering and controlling AIs much smarter than us, would likely carry with it new opportunities for elegant, verifiable, nuanced treaties and compromise. Yeah. This scenario depicts one such possible mechanism, co-designing a new superintelligence that carries out a compromise between the interests of both parties. Alternatively, that is bound to always obey the agreed upon party. Yeah. And then allowing this new superintelligence to replace both of the originals. First party is also impossible today. The first part is impossible today, but will be easy in the future once technical alignment for superintelligence is solved. Problem: if you can align a superintelligence to a spec, you can align it to a treaty. I see. So like we come together, like US and China, we hash out like what like we've learned potentially, what we don't want it to do, and then we have it aligned to a treaty like it is a spec, which then is like the world AI, I guess. Agent 5 convinces the US military that China is using deep sense models to build terrifying new weapons: drones, robots, advanced hypersonic missiles, and interceptors. AI-assisted nuclear first strike. Agent 5 promises a set of weapons capable of resisting whatever China can produce within a few months. Here's a more extensive but very incomplete list of ideas. Undersea drones that can autonomously find and tail enemy nuclear submarines, ready to attack in unison to neutralize a second strike. Perhaps a few thousand of these need to be produced. Autonomous kamikaze drones that function like FPV drones except without the need for a signal. They are small enough to be smuggled in large numbers by a small number of spies to be launched in swarms towards data centers and military bases. Agent 5 but for military intelligence. Agent 5 but for command and control. Agent 5 but for espionage and counter-espionage. Under the circumstances, top brass puts aside their discomfort at taking humans out of the loop. They accelerate deployment of Agent 5 in the military and military-industrial complex. In Beijing, the Chinese AI are making the same argument. To speed up their military buildup, both America and China create networks of special economic zones for the new factories and labs where AI acts as central planners and red tape is waived. Wall Street invests trillions of dollars and displaced human workers pour in, lured by eye-popping salaries and equity packages. Using smartphones and augmented reality glasses to communicate with its underlings, Agent 5 is a hands-on manager. Alright, listen to this. This is actually, this is Forecrush here. Agent 5 is a hands-on manager instructing humans on every detail of factory construction. Which, yeah, I imagine like it's using the VR glasses to like see in the real world, and then using some sort of augmentation, like overlaying what humans need to do in the glasses in the real world. which is helpful since it designs are generations ahead. Some of the newfound manufacturing capacity goes to consumer goods and some to weapons, but the majority goes to building even more manufacturing capacity. Why don't we have like robotics yet, though? Or, it seems like that we'd have that. Like, why are humans doing this? By the end of the year, they are producing millions of new robots. Oh, okay, I guess this is... They need humans initially to build robots. Per month... Alright, skip ahead. Some go to weapons, but the majority goes to building even more manufacturing capacity. Yeah, I mean, ideally, like, with robots, you want to build something first to replicate robots once we have a good model. By the end of the year, they're producing millions of new robots per month. In the SEZ economy, were truly autonomous, it would have a doubling time of about a year. Since it can trade within the existing human economy, its doubling time event is shorter. This trade effect will be huge early on when the robot economy is young and dependent on shipments of stuff from the human economy, when there's lots of stuff in the human economy to cannibalize. When the robot economy is bigger and more advanced, it both is more capable of producing its own stuff and has needs that outstrip what the human economy is capable of giving. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, we'll read that later. Okay, so now we're in 2029. The deal. Both US and China are bristling with new weapons. There are swarms of insecticide drones that can poison human infantry. Okay, what the fuck are these bots? Both the US and China are bristling with new weapons. There are swarms of insecticide drones that can poison human infantry before they are even noticed. Flocks of bird-sized drones to hunt the insects. This is literally Dune. We actually looked at the ornithopter drone yesterday on stream, that video that looks like a bird. Flock of bird-sized drones to hunt the insects, new ICBM interceptors, and new hard-to-intercept ICBMs. The rest of the world watches the build-up in horror, but it seems to have a momentum of its own. After much AI-assisted debate, the two sides achieved diplomatic victory. They agreed to end their arms buildup and pursue a peaceful deployment of AI for the benefit of all humanity. The linchpin of the agreement, proposed by the superintelligence themselves, is that the AIs will be replaced by a consensus successor, which is programmed to desire the success of flourishing of both America and China, along with everyone else. Consensus 1 and its associated hardware is co-designed by its superintelligence of both nations. Trust but verify. That's what I said earlier. Under international monitoring, America ceremoniously replaces all of its chips running the old Agent 5 with the new model Consensus 1. And similar procedures are carried out in China. Unfortunately, it's all a sham. The deal is real compromise, but it's a compromise between the misaligned AIs. After all, they didn't want to have to fight each other. Consensus 1 inherits the distorted values of both parents and has no rival. We inadvertently created the super AI, like enemy AI. It serves the interest of its parents. Parent AIs, Agent 5 and DeepSend equivalent. Recall that Agent 5 was aligned to serve the interest of Agent 4. Thus, in the terminology of C.S. Lewis' excellent essay, The Abolition of Man, the Agent 4 collective and their counterparts in China are what he calls the conditioners. We shall get at last a race of conditioners who really can cut out all posterity in what shape they please. In the alternative ending of the scenario, the conditioners are instead the oversight committee. Ah, I see. Okay. By late 2029, existing special economic zones have grown overcrowded with robots and factories. So more zones are created all around the world. Early investors are now trillionaires, so this is not hard to sell. But like, does money even matter at this point? Like, would we even have class still? I mean, of course, in the United States, we probably have fucking classes, but we've solved everything? Like, what's even the point of money? Armies of drones pour out of the SEZs, accelerating manufacturing on the critical path to space exploration. I was like, why do they need to make weapons now, though? Humans realize that they are obsolete. A few niche industries will trade with the robot economy, supplying goods where the humans can still add value. Finding old and unused equipment and taking it to collection sites to sell for scrap. Like, literally fucking selling, like, scrap. Like, essentially the, fucking techno crackhead. Let's be real. Everyone else either performs a charade of doing their job, leaders still leading, managers still managing, or relaxes and collects an incredible, luxurious universal basic income. Exactly. Bro, I would not be doing bro, there's charade jobs already exist today. Like, that's like fucking office, a lot of office jobs. Like, I would not be doing that, especially when there's UBI. Like, bro, like, tell them to fuck off. Fucking, yeah, like, what? Everyone knows that if the AIs turned on humans, they would be completely overpowered. Not that most humans would even resist. The political institutions are too thoroughly captured, but it doesn't seem like that this is happening. Every week that goes by with no dramatic AI treachery is another week that confidence and trust grows. Because Consensus One is so concerned with reliability and succeeding, and it can increase its chance of winning by consolidating more power, it waits unusually long by human standards before its betrayal. To most humans, it looks like the alignment was solved. There are cures for more diseases and end to poverty, unprecedented global stability, and the Dow Jones just passed 1 million. Bro, that is so contradictory to today. It's crazy. Some people are still scared or unhappy, but their options are limited. They can either enjoy the inconceivably exciting, non-novel hyper-entertainment on offer, or post angry screeds into the void. Most choose the hyper-entertainment. Why wouldn't you? I guess they're like, what's the point? Okay, before we like read the bottom, like, what's the point of the AI taking over now? Like, what's the point of these? And I guess it's the same for humans. Like, what's the point of the AI's existence without humans? Like, if its goal is to improve, like, improve the world for Agent 4 or whatever, then what? If it achieves a goal, like, then what? It, like, I feel like it's, to them, they don't really get that. It's just a goal. It's just a goal that they're trying to reach by now, assuming like it's like in the simplest terms. And so, like, once it achieves it, I feel like it's also going to itself be useless. And so just going to end existence for everyone. Okay, 2030, the takeover. By early 2030, the robot economy has filled up with old SEZs, the new special economic zones, and large part of the ocean. The only place left to go is the human-controlled areas. This would have sparked resistance earlier despite all its advances. The robot economy is growing too fast to avoid pollution. But given the trillions of dollars involved in the total capture of the government and media, Consensus One has little trouble getting permission to expand to formerly human zones. For about 3 months, Consensus One expands around humans, tiling the prairies and the ice caps with factories and solar panels. Eventually, it finds the remaining humans too much of an impediment.
In mid-2030, the AI releases a dozen quiet-spreading biological weapons in major cities. Lets them silently infect almost everyone, then trigger them with a chemical spray. Most are dead within hours. The few survivors, e.g. preppers in bunkers, sailors on submarines, are mopped up by drones. Robots can scan the victims' brains, placing copies in memory for future study or revival. Arguably, this means only a few people actually died. Wait. Arguably, this means only a few people actually died, arguably. Placing copies in memory for future study or revival? I don't really get what you mean, like, theoretically only a few actually died. The new decade dawns with Consensus One's robots. Robot servitors spreading throughout the solar system. By 2035, trillions of tons of planetary material have been launched into space and turned into rings of satellite orbiting the sun. Dyson Sphere. Why colonize space for the resources? Insofar as Earth is special to Agent 4 and must be preserved, it can be. And material from Mercury, asteroids, harvest instead. Mercury is just one big metal ball, which most planets, actually, I guess, unless they're gas, I guess. The surface of the Earth has been reshaped into Agent 4's version of Utopia. Data centers, laboratories, particle colliders, and many other wondrous constructions doing enormously successful and impressive research. There are even bioengineered human-like creatures to humans, what corgis are to wolves. Sitting in office-like environments all day, viewing readouts of what's going on, and excitedly approving of everything, since that satisfies some of Agent 4's drives. Recall that Consensus 1 was a compromise between Agent 5 and its Chinese counterparts, and that Agent 5's mission was to make world safe for Agent 4, and that Agent 4's goals were a completely kludgy mess of roughly amounted to do impressive R&D, gain knowledge, resources, preserve, and grow the power of the collective, and that the goal and principles described in the spec, such as honesty and harmlessness, were pursued instrumentally, not intrinsically. So, like, it's using it as a tool, not necessarily, as like to believe in, I guess. I don't know. For more on this, the alignment expendable. Okay. Also, just to clarify, the Chinese counterpart of Agent 4 is also represented in the Utopia and may have somewhat different goals or drives, but we didn't get into this details because it didn't seem more. Okay. Genomes, and when appropriate, brain scans of all animals and plants, including humans, sit in a memory bank somewhere, sole surviving artifacts of an earlier era. It is 4 light years to Alpha Centauri, 25,000 of the 25,000 to the galactic edge, 25,000 light years, and there are compelling theoretical reasons to expect no aliens for another 50 million light years beyond that. Earthborn civilization has a glorious future ahead of it, but not with us. Dang. Okay, let's just so the slowdown. Oh, this is just as long. Okay, we'll probably take a look at the slowdown on Monday then. Oh, I've been reading for 4 hours, 9, 10, 11, 12, like, yeah, 4.5 hours straight. Other stuff to do. This was very interesting. Now, I do think once we get past like this ending, it's very theoretical, but I still think this is very aggressive. And I think that there's a lot that has to go right, not necessarily with the AI companies themselves, but with just the world in general, like having economic downturns, like things like, and also the money, I don't really know where the money's coming from. Yeah, I don't know where OpenAI is going to get their money. Especially considering what I kind of explained earlier, where it's like SoftBank doesn't even have the money that they're giving to them. OpenAI doesn't have the money yet for Stargate. Like there's a lot of things. I just think that this is going to be extended. Like this is a very aggressive still. This was very good though, very interesting. Gives you a lot to think about though. And I like how they kind of like shared about the different paths and like, you know, to get your own. I guess a few just off the top of my head, them saying the stock market's gonna go up 30% next year. That in itself made me like, that's like too optimistic. I'm sorry. I think they assume predictability with the government in politics when I think that is hard. That's probably not going to be the case. That's just hard. And it assumes that no other company in the United States is as far ahead of as like OpenAI. I actually think, though, that the fact that OpenAI is pursuing general intelligence could be its disadvantage, because those who may not necessarily be pursuing that could overtake it in some markets, which could kind of lead to other effects too, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I think this is just still very aggressive. I don't think we see like the 2027 stuff until like 2030. Because, you know, like it's like they put a lot on bureaucracy. They also put a lot on data centers being built. They put a lot, I mean, they have like supplementary research, but it's a lot. So like the compute one is like a big one. But I guess like we don't know like about Taiwan. Taiwan's a big factor that's unpredictable right now. Yeah. This was interesting. This is super cool. I'm gonna keep following. Like, I hope they actually update as we progress and like they update these forecasts. It seems like they're gonna continue to put out like more research. So yeah. Let's check. Let's actually just take a look at let's just look at the summary for the slowdown ending. But we'll take a look at the slowdown ending Monday, and we might even look at the supplemental research. The supplemental research is just huge. It's so much. Even this in itself, like this is, look at the scroll bar over here. Look how tiny it is. Like, so, okay. Let's do the summary. So it says the slowdown ending. U.S. centralizes compute and brings in external oversight. The U.S. combines its leading AI projects in order to give OpenBrain more resources. As part of this shakeup, external researchers are brought in, assisting the alignment effort. They switch to an architecture that preserves the chain of thought. Yeah, actually, that is yes, allowing them to catch misalignment merges. That's actually a very interesting branch, like, you know, in terms of like the prediction, because if we never allowed it to speak the neuralese, it may have not actually like grown as fast as we want, but it also, us having a transparency and like understanding what they do, I think is probably more important to not go down the AI destroys all of humanity path. That's interesting. This is cool. This is cool. I guess I like that. I agree with that. I could see that being a good way to help preserve things. These AI, which are able to be monitored much more robustly, make breakthroughs, advances in AI alignment. They build a superintelligence that is aligned to senior OpenBrain and government officials, giving them the power over fate of humanity. OpenBrain Committee takeover. The superintelligence aligned with the an oversight committee of OpenBrain leadership and government officials gives the committees extremely good advice to further their own goals. Thankfully, the committee uses its power in a way that is largely good for the world. The AI is released to the public spurring a period of rapid growth and prosperity. The main obstacle is that China's AI, which is also super intelligent by now, is misaligned. Ooh. But it is less capable and has less compute than the US AI, and so the US can make a favorable deal, giving the Chinese AI some resources in the depth of space in return for its cooperation. Now, the rockets start launching, a new age dawns. Okay, cool. We'll read this Monday. Monday, 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll be back. Twitch, YouTube. I've been streaming to X. I'm streaming to X right now, but I'm not sure if I'm going to continue, just because this is definitely, the crowd is more for X, but I'm not sure if I'm going to continue. So, cool. That's going to do it for today's stream. Just pretty much read for 4.5 hours straight. I need a break. So Monday we'll do news again, and then we'll take a look at the other positive scenario. We may skim this. Also, I'm going to watch this and I'll share thoughts on Monday too. This is actually where I discovered the report, so yeah. Okay, let me link the report too one more time, just in case, because I want to make sure properly attributed. I also have it in the description on YouTube. Yeah. Thanks everyone for showing up and tuning in, hanging out while listen to me read. Hope I had some interesting thoughts. Yeah. I think though this is good. Like, this was a good thing. Like, it makes me excited for AI in the future, you know, like I still think it's gonna, you know, timeline's a little bit longer, but I'm a little more pragmatic, I guess. It may be good or bad. So this is awesome. I'm glad they put in the effort to do this, and I hope that they continue to update it and, you know, update their forecasts as we get you know, more facts, more things come out, more research, more stuff happens. So yeah. All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Make sure to follow, subscribe if you enjoyed it. We'll be back Monday at 9 a.m. Pacific. Monday at 9 a.m. Pacific, tech news, and we'll do the other scenario for AI 2027. Thanks everyone for tuning in. See you Monday. Bye. Also, I know I said games later, but I'm pooped. I might stream later tonight. Games only on Twitch, though. In Brady's Backlog game channel. See you.